Thank you for joining us this evening. I ask that you please silence your cell phones and other electronics and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. At this time, I'd like to ask Pastor Joshua Beckley from Ecclesia Christian Fellowship Church to come forward to lead us in the invocation. We could all please stand.
I was used to coming up and just talking. Let's pray. Father, we do thank you and praise you for the opportunity to conduct the business of this city. We pray for the wisdom of our mayor and common council. And we pray, God, that you will superintend and govern over all that is said tonight and done in terms of decision, that we may live in this city in a way, in a means of safety and in unity, and that we may prosper. Bless now this meeting. May superintend over it, we pray. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Beckley. I've asked Council Member Jim Mulvihill to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in making a pledge to the flag and the values it represents. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. I'd like the city attorney to report out closed session results.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. On item listed under B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. The one item council gave directive by vote of 5-0 with Councilman Valdivia and Barrios absent. Item C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, agendized as City versus Southwestern Law School. Council gave settlement directive by vote of 6-0 with Valdivia absent. Listed under D, conference with real property negotiations or negotiators with respect to the properties as listed on the agenda. Council gave negotiation directive by vote of 6-0 with Councilman Valdivia absent. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Once again, good evening. I'd like to at this time invite the San Bernardino Pastors United to come forward for a special recognition. Thank you. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor to be able to present this certificate of recognition presented by the City of San Bernardino to Reginald Young, Pastor Reginald Young, and I will read this, but it applies to all of the pastors. The Mayor and City Council join to recognize you for your commitment to impacting the City of San Bernardino. Your service in San Bernardino Pastors United exemplifies leadership and initiative toward creating healing, change, and progress in our community. We thank you for your service and laud your efforts towards bringing unity and solidarity among the clergy and members of the San Bernardino community. We wish you the best. May you continue to experience success in all your endeavors. Presented this 20th day of December 2017. And at this time, I would like to ask Pastor Young to come forward. Take pictures.
Don't be shy.
We'll have to hug. Your whole family in here.
There we go. You stand behind the short people. Move us short people to the front.
We actually want you back here.
We will give all of these to Pastor Young, who will distribute these to each one of you individually. This time we'll give some time to Pastor Young.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. First, giving honor to God, who's at the head of my life. I'd like to acknowledge all the pastors, Dr. Joshua Beckley, Dr. Reginald Woods, Pastor Marco Garcia, and Pastor Robert in their absence, Dr. Robert Zinn, Dr. Clyde Stewart, Dr. Raymond Turner, and all the pastors respectfully. If I were to have a title for the presentation I'm going to give, it would be called Working Together in Unity. We Need God's Power to Push Through. To the Mayor, Kerry Davis, and all the City Council members, to our county and state partners, law enforcement agencies, Chief Gerard Bergwan, Lieutenant Lawhead, Ms. Hurd, and the entire city and law enforcement staff. To my loving wife, Lisa, and my mother, Shirley Cooper, who continue to pray my strength in the Lord. Let it be known, if I were to accept these certificates, I accept them on behalf of those who were slain this year, and those families who continue to mourn and grieve over the death of a son, a daughter, or a brother or sister. For those who continue to live in sorrow, hoping for a brighter tomorrow, and having justice served one day. Let us have a moment of silence and honor to recognize those who were slain this year. The San Bernardino Pastors United would like to thank the City of San Bernardino for wanting to acknowledge the work we've begun to unify and restore our city. This work was birthed back in December of 2015 in response to the Inland Regional Center's tragedy that befell our city. And again on August 2016, when our homicide rate increased, Chief Bergwan summoned the city's churches to help stop the violence and to create some type of civic engagement responses. From the 80 churches that responded that day, only 17 churches committed to provide direct aid. Our theme, Healing, Change, Progress, to the residents in the city of San Bernardino. Clap your hand and give God praise. Those pastors, as I mentioned earlier, Dr. Joshua Beckley, Pastor Brian Williams, Jim Newell, Pastor Samuel Casey, Dr. Reginald Woods, Pastor Gerald Thompson, Pastor Rick Alanis, Pastor Glenn Rogers, Elder Keisha McGee, Dr. Vincent Falser, Pastor Jose Medina, Dr. Clyde Stewart, Pastor Sherman Dumas, Pastor Marco and Robert Cisnes, Pastors Alan Savori, David Okonkwo, Bishop Kenneth Wells, Pastor Tracy Johnson, Dr. Raymond Turner, Pastor David McKenzie, Elder Dion Taylor, and Pastor Oliver Lambert, our co-laborers in our vineyard. We thank and praise God for our president of the Pastors United, Dr. Joshua Beckley, who has been an anointed leader for such a time as this. He is a forward thinker, and he always has the heart of the people in mind. His desire is to help restore all of God's people. Clap your hand and give God praise. We also like to thank every lay person, every community leader, every business owner, every newspaper that wrote an article, every public agency that gave in kind, every person that prayed, every person that gave money and supported our engagement efforts. We provided spiritual leadership on April the 10th at the North Park Elementary shooting. We also served over 6,300 residents through block parties. Many residences found church homes. Hundreds came to know Christ as their Lord and Savior. We prayed and provided grief counseling for the hurricane victims. We offered prayer and support for the Las Vegas shooting victims. We sent our teams to calm residents' nerves and pray with the victims of the Little Mountain fire in this past month. As the Bible declares in 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land. Prayer is the key. Clap your hand and give God praise. God has empowered the Pastors United because they have heart. I'm almost finished, Mayor. I know you're wondering. Because they have heart. They have compassion. They're concerned to help. They're a steadfast commitment to love and a compelling desire to serve others. When some run from danger, they run to danger. They're fearless in their fight because they understand whose battle it is. God has given them the power to establish this covenant, and no weapon formed against them shall prosper. And the weapons of their warfare is not carnal, but mighty unto God, for pulling down strongholds. As I reach my conclusion, I'd like to read to you an email that we had received. This email was received earlier this year from Lois Jones, and it goes like this. Lois Jones is the mother of Jaime Salisbury, who was the first person killed in 2017. She says, I have been looking for answers and solutions since my son was labeled being the first homicide in San Bernardino for 2017. I would like being a volunteer. This is an opportunity plus a blessing to me to help me through my grieving. We wrote her back and said, on behalf of the Pastors United, I want to thank you for reaching out to us. We know it has been a challenging year for you. However, we believe God will continue to comfort you with only the comfort and strength that He can give. We'll continue to be in prayer with you and the other mothers that have lost a loved one this year. We would like to network with you and refer you to other parents or agencies that feel the same way that you feel, and use this opportunity to help another child or a parent who may need support. And then I go on to ask her what church does she attend, and then I say to her, let me know what God has placed in your heart. Thank you again for being a strong person during this dark period in your life. Continue to look to the hills where your help cometh from, for your help cometh from the Lord. So as we make our final closing remarks, let us remember that we are strong, San Bernardino strong, as our weakest link. If our education system is weak, we need to make it strong. If our housing is weak, we need to make it strong. If our job market is weak, let's make it strong. Then, therefore, we will push with no uncertain terms that justice will triumph for all. And only then will every person have enough food on their tables, clothes on their backs, and there will be no need to steal. There will be no need for crime. There will be no time to kill. Crime will diminish. Clap your hand and give God praise. So then, therefore, I accept the certificates with the understanding that we are a family. We are a village. And if you hurt, we hurt. If you're hungry, we're hungry. If your home is on fire, my home is on fire. So when we adjourn today, let us adjourn with a new sense of urgency, that we're in it to win it. So when we adjourn today, let us adjourn with unity and power and a push to unite our city of San Bernardino and the surrounding communities. So then, therefore, on behalf of the San Bernardino Pastors United, we thank you all for as we work together to maximize our alliances in this year to come. We, the San Bernardino Pastors United, encourage you to come to us. We need your help, but we're here for you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. God.
Thank you, Pastor. I'd like to invite Jesse Carrillo to come forward. We'd like to take a moment and submit this, give this certificate of recognition, presented once again by the City of San Bernardino to Jesse Carrillo. In recognition of your leadership in the San Bernardino community, the Mayor and City Council join to extend thanks for your willingness to be an ambassador for the betterment of the city. The results from your recommendations and your involvement with the business community continue render significant improvements. Your work in conjunction with the Quality of Life team has made a measurable difference and improved the vitality of our community. We thank you and wish you the best in future endeavors. Presented this 20th day of December 2017.
Yeah, just a second. Well, it feels like Sunday after that. God bless you, pastors, wherever you are. I feel like I got to go home and watch football now. But Cowboys are still in it. I want to take this moment just to thank all the wonderful people that, while I get this, the recognition I truly appreciate. But the work comes from these guys here in council and the mayor. I do this to make my area, my neighborhood a little better. But these guys do that so that our neighborhoods would be better. And so I can't really accept this in good conscience unless I thank the mayor and every single councilman that's up there, because I know what tremendous work it takes to even accomplish small things. So with that, I thank all of you, each of you, for getting up every day and treading through some of this stuff that's not really comfortable sometimes. I know from even with the work that I do to change some of the things that I've been able to change, how very complicated it is to walk that minefield of pleasing everybody and trying to do it the way that everybody wants you to do it. But here's the message. I'll wrap it up kind of short. Here's the message. My goal originally started, believe it or not, working with my own very street. And I was asked by other people to come forward and work a little bit more, encompassing a greater and greater area. And that now included the north end, or the west end corridor, the Highland corridor. Many of you know where the Stater Brothers and the Jack in the Box is. And I have to bring attention to the San Bernardino Police Department. They were instrumental in working with all of us, the businesses, to clean that area up. And it's remarkable. I got a really nice message, letter from Marissa Gargantuous, who is the district manager from Jack in the Box. And she stated that when we first started the endeavor, how different it was. In fact, I think she called me a crackpot, was her endearing words. And she said she didn't even recognize her own restaurant after 2 years of change. But I'm telling you, without the help of the mayor, the council, and particularly the Quality of Life team, the San Bernardino Police Department, I'm just a voice in the wilderness, so to speak. So I have to bring attention to the PD. The San Bernardino Police Department they're just tireless. And with working with them, I see that it's sometimes just a thankless position. So with that, I thank you guys. So just in parting, I want to say to each of you, here's the message. Whatever you can do to make San Bernardino look better, that makes it better. If we can just make it look better. For me, it was helping the neighbor put up some Christmas lights and planting ryegrass, helping some of the neighbors put some ryegrass. Because I think sometimes we get mired down in the things we can't do. But I'm telling you, there's things we can do every single day. And sometimes it starts, as the pastor was so eloquent to say, in extending a hand to the people that are around us, the people that we love. But if we can ever get that to the greater community and the greater good, we're all made to serve. And when we do that, I think we're very blessed when we can get a recognition such as this. So my real thanks is to all of you for allowing me to do this but again, for the people that supported all the work that I did. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jesse. We do really appreciate the example that you set for our community. Thank you.
Have a good Merry Christmas, everybody.
I'd like to now invite Councilmember Valdivia to come forward for a presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. About 3 months ago, I had lunch with a good friend, and we were talking a little bit about the upcoming December 2nd. And at this time, I'm going to ask John Magnus and Ned Scorantino and any of your employees from Hillwood to join me. I was just astonished at the commitment that they made. A lot of people on that tragic day certainly came forward to participate and help at a moment's notice and a whim's notice, and I'm so grateful that Hillwood stepped up. I learned during lunch that they provided a significant amount of resources when it comes to our police foundation, and I'm just so elated to present this commendation on behalf of the mayor and city council. Whereas established in 1988 by Ross Perot Jr., Hillwood is one of the largest private real estate developers and investors serving markets in the North America and European market area. Hillwood has been recognized as one of the most respected real estate companies in the United States because of their unique projects, skilled leadership, and strategic investments where communities grow and thrive. And whereas on December 2nd, 2015, San Bernardino witnessed one of the nation's deadliest terrorist attacks since 9/11. The attack resulted in 14 people losing their lives and 22 others seriously injured. This struck close to home for Hillwood, who since 2002 has been the master developer of Alliance, California, which is located within our city limits. In addition, Hillwood was constructing a new building adjacent to where the incident took place and had associates in the area. And whereas after the attack, it was later determined that the San Bernardino police officers did not have appropriate bulletproof vests and rifles for this type of incident, San Bernardino was still recovering from bankruptcy, did not have the funds or resources to spend on these critical pieces of public safety equipment. After learning of this, Hillwood, BNSF Railway, and Stater Brothers Markets partnered with the San Bernardino Police Foundation to fund these indispensable life-saving vests and new rifles for all their patrolmen. And whereas for over 15 years, Hillwood, Alliance, California, and the city of San Bernardino have enjoyed a great working relationship. And on August 31st, 2017, the chief of police for the city of San Bernardino presented Hillwood with a thank you plaque for their generous donation in protecting our police officers of San Bernardino and for making our city a safer place. So I want to recognize and bring some attention to our good partners and friends, Hillwood, John Magnus. Congratulations, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Just on behalf of Hillwood, we really appreciate the recognition. It's not what we were looking for at all, but this city is very important to us. Our flagship project for the West Coast is here in your city. The 10,000 jobs that have come back to the Norton Air Force Base, we're very, very proud of. These people behind me here work tirelessly to make sure we bring good quality tenants. They love working with your city staff, and they continue to produce miracles here where we get companies like Amazon and Stater Brothers and others come here to provide these jobs that you've asked us to do here in the city. We think some great things are still coming, but we can't do it without that partnership between our company, your city, and your police department. We love working here, and we'll be here for many years to come as long as you'll have us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I invite Councilmember Henry Nickel to the podium.
behalf of the council and the mayor, I would like to invite our December Student of the Month, Mr. Anthony Gray, to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Gray was born in San Bernardino and attended both Hunt and Barton elementary schools. He later attended Del Vallejo Middle School and is now a senior at Cajon High School. Anthony's family members include his mom, Kiana, and stepfather, Charles Steele. He has 4 sisters, Rayana, Camry, Antonique, and Amorianne. He has 2 brothers, Joshua and Lance. Anthony holds dearly in his heart, in loving honor and eternal memory, 2 family members who have passed away. His father, James Gray, and his maternal grandmother, Diana Graves, who were both an inspiration to his life. For pets, Anthony has fish, but they do not have names. At Cajon High School, Anthony is the president of the Black Student Union and Link Crew. When not in school, Anthony spends time at the Delman Heights Community Center and Del Vallejo Middle School, where he mentors students. Anthony is also a sprinter on the track team at Cajon High School. He is concurrently taking college courses at California Baptist College and plans to attend full-time after graduation, or he may study nursing at Chaffey Community College. I'm sure he'll be successful at whatever he chooses to do. Anthony's message to students is, stay on task and stay focused, because once you fall behind, it's hard to catch up and get back on track again. Anthony also wants to share his family's message, which is, slow feet don't eat. So congratulations to Anthony Gray, December's Student of the Month for the City of San Bernardino. Congratulations.
Hello, my name is Anthony. I honestly, when I got pulled out of class, I wasn't expecting this. I was doing a final, and Ms. Bishop came in there, and she was just like, as soon as you get done with this final, you need to come to the office. I'm like, what for? What for? Honestly, didn't know what I was coming in there for. But when I walked in there, I seen Mrs. Rogers, and she started interviewing me, and she's like, I'm going to ask you some questions, real quick questions, and just answer them, you know. And honestly, I wasn't looking forward to standing up in front of all the council members. I want to thank you guys. I want to thank the mayor, Mr. Davis, and the council member, Mr. Nickel. And yeah, this was just honestly like a great part of everything. And thank you.
Councilmember Nickel, Councilmember Nickel, he has a lot of family members here. I don't know if he wants to have them stand up, but it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, if we could
and
have
some really cute
the
little
family-
ones, too.
Anthony's family, if you could please stand up.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. We have Citizens of the Month, but we'd like to see if they're here. We're not sure. Daniel Rivera, are you here? Jorge Corona? Manuel Carabal? Very good. Arnisa Burns? Barbara Aquino? And Blake Little League. If you'll come forward, Councilmember Richard will take the podium.
Good evening, everybody. This month is the Citizen of the Month Award is going to be awarded to several individuals tonight. And, you know, I drove by down the street at Ann Sherrill Park, and I've always noticed that the baseball field was always clean. It was always well taken care of. And I wanted to find out who was behind all of this other than the city. So I stopped and, I kept calling Danny and he didn't call me back. But, but I drove by one Saturday morning and he was there and I pulled over and I had a conversation with him. And some of the things that they have been doing at that park is just incredible. They actually redid the whole bathroom by themselves. They're taking care of that park like as if it's their own. And one of the things that I do, I know I appreciated, my kids played at that park, and that park has been around for such a long time. And I couldn't think of any better person or anybody to award this month as Citizen of the Month other than Blake Little League. So we have a certificate for Blake Little League and all of you. And Danny, I'm gonna put you up here first because you're the one that I talked to. So. Okay. Danny doesn't want to talk.
This is the first time my son told me, he says, you have to be at a meeting. 5 o'clock, be there at 4:45. Brother Danny has been there for ages. 7 years of president, about. And there's a man that's fixed the field up, and Danny's wife, and our players agent, Barbara. It's intermingled. Everybody's done a great job for the community, and we've taken over Delman Heights, and we're just thankful for the city to pay for the lights. Because we're Muscoy and the west side. At Blake, our old field, we can't afford the lights because we still pay for them. We pay for our taxes. We pay for our water and water shares. But Danny is able to get the fundraisers to pay our taxes, the water shares, everything. So, thank you, Danny.
Well, what I can tell you about this team, they are great. I think the most thing that I get out of the help is seeing the children's faces when they whether it's T-ball, whether it's juniors. I don't know if everyone knows, but our junior team made the sectionals for the first time in how many years? 20 years. And it's all because of these four people and everybody else behind them, the parents. We have now, we've had 9 all-star teams, as opposed to when I first started, we only had like 4. And the faces that you see with these children are great. And I think that's what drives us to really work hard. And everybody works hard, even our snack bar, Arnisha. She's great. Shopping every week with no complaints. We have other people that help out. Blake Little League has came a long way, and I think everybody should be proud in San Bernardino of how far the park has come. Thank you very much.
And we have pins and certificates for each one of you guys, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Richard. Next, we'd like to invite the Chamber of Commerce to come forward for announcements.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Be short and sweet tonight. Once again, I'm Jim Wheeler. I'm the incoming chairman for the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and general manager for the Cup of Raising Cane's coming into the Hospitality Lane area. The Chamber wishes to wish everyone a happy and safe holidays. Don't forget we have Coffee Klatch every Wednesday, starting back up in 2018, every Wednesday at 7:30 at the Chamber offices off 6th Street. Thursday, January 18th, is the grand opening and ribbon cutting for Raising Cane's on 1857 South Tippecanoe. And don't forget to save the date for our Installation of Officers Business Expo and Casino Night being held February 9th, 2018, 6 p.m. at the National Orange Show Sports Center backstretch. More details to come. And that's all I have this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we move to the consent calendar, I'd like to bring forward those who would like to speak on items on the agenda. First, we have Anthony Cabrera. Item 26.
How you doing? My name is Anthony. I pretty much just had a couple questions about how you guys are going to deal with a lot of the cannabis events coming up, and how I see that there's like a 45-day hold on certain things that you guys might put in the ordinance. So I just had a couple questions on what that has to do with as far as cannabis events, local small events, and cannabis clinics.
So I would refer your question to the city manager.
Yes, and actually, we will get your contact information. Mr. Persico will and follow up with you.
Okay.
Right.
Perfect. Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe. Items 17 and 22.
I think he's right outside the door. Oh, there he is, Mark.
Carmel Rowe, 41-year resident. So I kind of have a little problem with you guys removing the Code Enforcement Division from the Community Development Department. And I know I'm always up here criticizing code enforcement, but it's really not code enforcement I've been talking about. It's been the Community Policing Specialist Division that my complaints are with. Actually, in the Code Enforcement Department, in the Community Development, you actually have trained officers who have certification to go out and write violations and warrant buildings. The ones at the police department, they do not have that certification, they do not have that title, and they do not have that training. This has been done one time, right after the recall, where that you guys moved the Community Development Enforcement Division over to the police department, and it didn't work out. So they came back. I don't believe anybody has actually asked the Code Enforcement Division from the Community Development Department if they would like this. Okay, I think that when you have a division who actually has to be certified and knows what they're doing and has one specific title, it actually belongs, not with the police department, but it does belong in the community because it belongs by the city attorney. Now, if you have community policing specialists that go with the police department, then they should deal with things like, I don't know, crime-free housing, panel management, drugs on the corner, I mean, different various things, but they are not qualified people to go out and actually board up a building or to correct a problem or to really get a property owner to do anything. That is not their job description. And if you don't believe me, you can go ask them. You can go get a copy of their job description. Then you can go get a copy of the Community Development Enforcement Division, and you will see the required training. So this is a very bad thing for you guys to do, and I think that before I would pass this, I would actually take this back. I would investigate, and then I would go from there. But you're making a bad decision here, and you're going to make things worse than they already are in this city. So I would appreciate it if you guys would please heed my warning and listen to what I'm saying, because you guys will be making the same mistake twice, and I don't think that you guys should do that. Then on item 22, the only thing I'd like to say is, once again, here we go with outside consultants. I think we need to have city departments running. I think we need to have people with vested interest. I think we need to give people from our colleges a job instead of outside consultants that come from, I don't know where, Washington, Oregon, Tennessee. wherever they are, they're not here. They are not here every day. They are not San Bernardinians. They do not know what goes on. They do not know where the streetlights are out, where the potholes are out, where the pimps are, where the prostitutes are, where the teenage girls are being sold in bondage. They don't know that because they fly home. Okay, so I'm asking you guys to stop doing that. I'm asking you guys to pay attention, and I'm asking you guys, for the sake of the city and the sake of the people, to not merge the community development code enforcement officers with the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Olson? All?
It's, I believe, it's the marijuana thing, 32. It's just that the Brown Act is very specific in that you do not have the legal requirement to ask me what I'm speaking about, and it's kind of embarrassing for a city mayor to expect us to do so in violation of the law. That being said,
Item 32 is a public hearing. And
is it?
Yes, and so you'll be given an opportunity, if that's the one you
Okay.
want to speak on. If you have some others that you'd like to speak on that's not the public hearing, you're welcome to. But 32, if that's what you want to, you'll be
Sorry.
given a chance during the public hearing.
Your new number system is hard to follow compared to the old one.
Robert Porter?
I think, is it 25? Is that
26 was what you marked on
the cannabis one? Yes. Okay, well, I've attended all the cannabis committee meetings. I've attended a majority of all of these council meetings, including every one you've been at, Mr. Mayor. And you consistently hate cannabis. You hate it with all your heart, even though you're not listening to me. And you're doing everything in your power to slow it down. But we have a vibrant community here that brings a lot of money into, right here, to San Bernardino. These events are held every day. And these events bring in people from all over Southern California. So by creating a moratorium, a 45-day moratorium, you're slowing us down. Now, you're going to say you need it because, people go wild after the first and they'll open a bunch of things or whatever. There are already a bunch of things open, over 100. How many are regulated? We don't need a moratorium. We need you guys to step up and lead. You're going to give a 45-day moratorium and then do another 10-month one? Why? So we can be a full year behind all the rest of the communities right around us? Step up, Mr. Mayor, here. Step up and be the leader we need for the cannabis community. We're a group. We're people. We're human. You can't just demonize us. We're real people. We have feelings. We have medical conditions. We have things that need help with cannabis, and you don't even see any of that. So if you could please just take our point of view into consideration. Please, sir. Ms. City Manager, please. Thank you very much.
Roman Neva?
Mr. Mayor, good evening. Members of the City Council, good to see many of you here tonight. Merry Christmas to everyone. I am Roman Nava. I'm Director of Government Affairs for the Building Industry Association, as we commonly refer to, BIA. And tonight I'm here to talk about agenda item number 24. Our association represents over 1,200 residential builders who are involved in the industry, from framers, drywallers, to our actual D.R. Hortons and KB Homes. Agenda 24 deals with the staff proposal for Community Facilities Districts, or CFDs, for future projects within the City of San Bernardino. The Community Facilities District, for many of you are not aware, is a common development tool used successfully by many jurisdictions in California to help finance the cost of new infrastructure, such as streets, sewers, water, storm drains, and schools. Many cities, counties depend on CFDs to provide premium housing with affordable and stable funding for ongoing maintenance. The BIA strongly supports the staff's recommendation of establishing a community facilities district policy in San Bernardino, and the council's decision tonight will enable the city to attract, promote, and encourage new development within the community. We look forward to continuing our long, productive working relationship with the city. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill Rickert, or Bill Ricks?
Good evening, everybody. What I would like to talk on the topic of this is the cannabis community. Can everyone that's here supporting cannabis stand up, please? We are here in Strong Nation to show you that we provide a critical point to the community. We have 87 businesses minimum, up and down from Mount Vernon, from 2nd Street, all the way to Highland, all the way over to about Muscogee to about State Street, that literally get an income from us 7 days a week. Okay? This also brings the community a stronger stronger income, and also strengthens the community. We also provide, in the cannabis community, outreaches to other support groups, children, and provide these supports through these little events that y'all might want to disembowel from us. But doing this would hurt our community in the city of San Bernardino, which we here beautify San Bernardino for what we do. We have successfully in the last 2 years given probably somewhere around $300,000 worth of toys, money, and exponential that has been set for churches, children, hospitals through cannabis. Now, if you limit these events, this money will stop. It'll also hurt a lot of children that can't get this support from other communities and other parts. The cannabis community does not just care about cannabis. Let's put that point straight. We care about children, adults, elderly, medication. It's a medication for us and for all that could literally use it to evolve from any narcotic medication that is on the street or doctor's medication that I was prescribed 13 different pills. I take 2 or 3 cannabis treatments a day. That's it. And it stops me from taking 13 pills, which seriously hurts me. Now, I implore you not to do this memorandum. But what you do is to, if you are going to limit it to Mount Vernon Avenue. The cannabis events that happen on Mount Vernon Avenue and at the Orange Show should be what we need for the community in order to survive. These events provide for the community, the children, schools, through other different names that we use for this. To limit us from it would hurt the city of San Bernardino, hurt our children, hurt the hospitals that are around. Hell, I was born at a hospital that does not exist in San Bernardino now. Okay? I've been here for almost 38 years. I've seen the city come and go, beautify, re-beautify, tear down, and cannabis right now, the cannabis community, we are trying to re-beautify not just the city, but the people of the city. And to get rid of that would seriously not just hurt us, but hurt you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eric Fodine.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Eric Flodine. I'm with Strata. We are the owner of the recently approved Rancho Palma project in the Vermont area, which consists of commercial, a future neighborhood commercial center, as well as single-family homes. I'm here to speak briefly about item 24, which is a CFD document. Again, we are an approved project, and when you have an approved project, there's so many millions of dollars that are required both in development impact fees, but also in public infrastructure. And these improvements come in at their early stages of development. CFDs are a very, very common financing mechanism used throughout the entire state to assist with the financing of public infrastructure and public facilities. These benefit not only specific projects, but also, by extension, they benefit the areas that surround those projects as new upgraded infrastructure and facilities come in. So to accelerate the development of approved projects, and hopefully during this economic cycle, this recovery, I respectfully request your approval tonight of this CFD document. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvin Norman.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and public. Marvin Norman, Pumalo Street. I was looking through here and I noticed that we're changing another zoning to another warehouse, and it boggles in my mind why we need more warehouses in the city. There are already too many going up in the region as it is, and everyone likes to talk about how we need warehouses in this region, but in 20 years, if we want to know what this place looks like, go down by Vernon and Bell, those other cities in LA County around the 710, where the warehouses have been there for decades, and look at the disrepair and stuff in those regions. We don't need that here in San Bernardino, especially a city coming out of bankruptcy. And additionally, we have a university here, but many graduates end up having to leave the region because there are no jobs here. So we need something that brings in jobs for college graduates, and true, we do need jobs for all levels, but we really need jobs for college graduates these days because we're not getting any in the region. All the college graduates have to leave to LA, to San Francisco, now they're going to the Midwest even, where jobs are for college graduates. So the march of warehouses would be really great if we could slow that down and stop it. Thanks.
Thank you. Barbara Babcock.
Good evening. Barbara Babcock, Vice Chair of the Fine Arts Commission. I just really want to say that today is Solstice Day, which is the shortest, and some say the darkest day of the year. And I want to make sure that our city stands bright. I know that we are changing the way that the commissions are being organized, and we have had such amazing results from giving about $200,000 each cycle to different organizations. One thing that we have decided is that we do not want to give any more money to the schools. We really wanted to have it for groups. But I just really work with you and ask you to look at how we can do the best for our city. The cultural impact fee is something that has been around for about 15 years or so. And I just really encourage each of you to remember our youth, remember our artists, because we can make a difference through the arts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Segura.
Good evening, everyone. Before I go on a rant, I just want to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'm here to speak on the impact development fee. And I just think it's a very stupid decision because it takes away the safeguards for the arts. And the arts really bring hope, and it also brings cultural development, which we really need in our city. Having that safeguard, allows for people to run. We've funded a lot of programs these past 2 years, and they're going to lose out on that funding. And being an artist, being in the creative community, it's really hard to come along and find funding. So by us having that impact development fee, it was really just like, for me at least, it brought me hope to know that we had money being set aside for the arts that, was safeguarded. So I know most of you support the arts right now, but, every 4 years, council members change, and eventually there may not be a council that supports the arts, and then where do we go from there? So I'm just hoping that maybe in the future we could pass another ordinance and put another safeguard for the arts. And if you guys do pass this ordinance, I think cultural has to be taken out of it, since this money's going to the general funds and it's not being set aside for the arts. And yeah, it's just really sad. The last time I saw you guys make a bad decision was the Trump letter, and that one was really terrible. And then the other time I saw y'all make a bad decision was when you put the homeless access center at Succumby Lake, and we all saw how that turned out. And so really think about this decision before it's made, and I thought this was going to be on the agenda in January so I could talk to more artists and bring them out here to speak about why they love the arts. Sadly, you guys rushed it right before the holidays when everyone's very busy in their lives. So yeah, I'm just, this is like the next, so I'm just disappointed in this decision, being an artist and being in the creative community here in San Bernardino. But thank you for the time, and have a good holiday.
Thank you. Gil Botello.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Common Council, Gil Botello, Chair of the Fine Arts Commission. I echo everything that has been said by my colleagues on the commission, and I think that that this body does make great decisions, and I think that the ordinance change is always happening, and as we have our discussions at the commission and with the community, we look at ways to really be pragmatic and how are we communicating to the council members. Although we've always gotten 7 votes from this body in support of the arts, and that's a good thing. But we always want to make certain that we're communicating to you the good work that we're doing, but we're also looking at how we can change. And Barbara talked about eliminating, that's one of the conversations that we're having now moving forward in terms of the grants, eliminating giving money to the school district and focusing on the nonprofits and the projects in our city. Council member Nickel has talked about looking at grant funding. So we're talking about that also, and thank you for that. So in my role as chair, I just want to communicate that the arts across this nation, where municipalities have been in economic decline or downturn, or in a mess, like our city formerly was, and now we're getting back on track. The arts has been one of the strategies that they have used to bring a city back, to engage economically and revitalize your city. So, for example, if we're doing, like we're doing now, a Posadas event at different sites throughout the city, that brings people out. They purchase gas, they shop, they buy their wares. When we do an arts festival, the artists benefit. Not only are people coming from different areas throughout the county to San Bernardino, but artists are selling their artwork. So there's a whole economic development piece to what we do on the commission, and I just hope that that is not missed. And also, I would remind this council that with the charter change, there is some gray area about your role now and the city manager's role. So I would hope that you would not let your role go by the wayside, and as you feel through the process, that you are the consent body. You are the decision makers, and you have proven that in support of the arts. So I would hope that you would look at that and say, hey, how can we make certain that in future budgets, including 18-19, that the arts is protected? And that's why we're here. And thank you so much for your time, and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public speaking on items on the agenda, with the exception of the public hearings that are still to be held. Any other speaker slips, City Clerk? No. Thank you. What's your name? Frank, I believe that's one of the public hearings, item number 32. And so you'll be given an opportunity during the public hearing. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, there was an error. We had noticed that there would be a public hearing this evening regarding the vacation of property at Montgomery, Home, and I Streets. It is not on the agenda, and so I thought it might be appropriate. We can't hear the item this evening, but I thought it might, because we didn't agendize it, but I thought it might be appropriate just to make sure that there's no one that wants to speak on that item, and if so, maybe take their testimony, and then we will bring this back to you at your January 3rd meeting.
This was the vacation of I Street?
Yes, Montgomery, Home, and I Street.
Montgomery.
Yeah. And again, it was noticed. I just want to make sure there's no one in the audience that wanted to speak to that. I wouldn't want them to have to come back on January 3rd.
Mayor, I have a question. The city manager, is it the 3rd or the 20th? The public hearing?
I'm sorry, the 20th.
Got it. Okay.
20th.
And just to make sure, because I know some people were planning on being here tonight, it's
Yes.
going to be scheduled.
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, it'll be re-noticed, so again, they'll receive another notice.
Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak on that item?
17th, January 17th.
Oh, I don't see any, so thank you. We'll continue on. So, Councilmember Marquez, do you have any items that you'd like to...
Not today, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Barrios?
None today, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Valdivia? Councilmember Charette?
No, sir.
Councilmember Nichol?
11, 13, and 22.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard?
None today.
And Councilmember Mulvihill?
None, Your Honor.
Second.
I think we have a motion, a second, to move the balance.
On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia and the second by Mr. Charette, and the items passed unanimously.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next is item 11. This is to conduct a final reading and adopt the ordinance for the cultural development construction fee. Councilmember Nichol?
Yeah, and I share some of the concerns that were expressed by the public. I think the arts are an important component of our city's recovery and economic redevelopment, and I've seen firsthand that a coordinated and structured community arts program can have tremendous positive effects on a community. So I think it is appropriate, even though I do support the staff recommendation here and I understand legally what has occurred, and so I don't necessarily disagree with the staff recommendation, but I would like to entertain a recommendation that of the funds available, I understand that there is a balance of approximately $4 million of funding that has accumulated that was collected under this ordinance, correct?
Over the last several years, yes. We've not used any of those funds, other than the funding that has been distributed by the Fine Arts Commission.
Okay. And I think it is appropriate for us to set aside a certain portion of that funding
Again, this is something that was discussed during the first reading. The council directed me to come back as part of the budget process each year, identify how much funding we anticipate collecting, and then the council would have an opportunity to earmark funds.
The public I've received some requests that we provide some degree of assurance, and I would like to make a recommendation that when the budget comes forward, that we set aside no less than $400,000, and that the recommendation also include that $400,000 should be used as matching funding for grants, so that the funding must be used in the context of matching funds for grants. So I do support the item. I'm going to move to approve, but I do want to provide some assurance that we will come back with an item that will ensure that we do have a cultural arts program that will be brought forward as part of the budget, and we will consider that at that time.
We will bring back a budget. We collect about $400,000 per year. So again, we will come back with estimated revenues and ask the council how you would like us to expend those funds.
Okay. But I completely agree that the public has little or no assurance because they're absolutely correct. I mean, a new council could be elected, and if it's simply a budget item, There could be subsequent councils in which there is no recommendation, and I agree with the public that that is not the outcome that is desirable. So I would like some assurance, and if it's simply that an item will come forward in the budget, we will discuss it at that time. But I want to thank the public for your comments this evening. You have been heard, and I do agree with you. We do have to maintain an arts program for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
City Manager?
if I might, one of the steps that we will be going through as part of the budget process is actually walking through all of our various revenue sources, because there are other funding sources similar to this where we're collecting revenues, and some of those are dedicated to particular types of uses or required to be used for particular types of purposes. But as we walk through those, we're going to talk about the fund balances in each of those, approximately how much money we collect on an annualized basis, and then receive some direction from the council about how you would like to use those funds, making sure that we fully explore with you all of your options related to those, because, again, I've said this repeatedly, and I'm going to continue to say it, the demand for services in this community is very high, and I understand that our resources are limited, and so I think rather than looking at things in the context of that singular item, it's important that the council begins to look at everything in the broader context, identify what your priorities are, and then allocate the funds to those priorities. If you do it on a piecemeal type basis, sometimes the things that are really high priorities don't get funded because they happen to not be discussed in that context. So, again, our goal is to go through every revenue source with you, talk about what your priorities are, what the options are for the use of those funds, and then get direction from the council on how you would like us to allocate those funds in each given year.
Yeah, and let me just be clear that I'm not for siloing the funding.
Right.
But I think that again, looking at practices across the country, community art, cultural arts are a mechanism for redevelopment. So I would like to see it included in the mix of proposals, because I think we all agree we have to work on economic redevelopment in the city and making our communities desirable places. And I think that the community arts are a way to facilitate that. So I completely agree with you. It is in the context of the broader
And I completely agree, and it's really important. People want to come to communities that are safe, too. And so, again, we're trying to balance all those interests so that people want to come to a community.
Councilman Schritt.
Well, I agree with a lot of what's been said. My concern is just, we did talk about this. We will be bringing something back. We do need to look at it. We all do support the arts. I think everyone understands that. But I'm not one to just grab a number out of the air. And I don't know where that 400,000 came from, and that's fine. Maybe it should be 600,000. Maybe it should be 300. I don't know. But that's why I think it's really important that through the budget process we look at that. And again, we'll get people down here asking for $400,000 in art, and then they'll call me tomorrow and say, can you fix a pothole on my street? And we've got to take care of our infrastructure here. And as you've just said, we are limited on resources. And we are very far in the rears on our infrastructure and on this city. I'm absolutely convinced that we're on the rise and we're coming out of this, and I'm looking forward to the future. But we've just got to make sure we prioritize properly and put things where they really do the best good for everybody. And I think the arts are great. I do. But so having said that, I think it's been moved and seconded, and
thank you. I think it's also important to realize also that the cultural development construction fee by this action is actually being secured, because there was a need to make a correction of prior action that was taken by the council that actually put it in jeopardy. And this actually puts it back into a position where it continues to be a fee that will be collected. So we have a motion, we have a second.
He's here.
On item 11, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 13. The subject is to an annual purchase order for automated parts and supplies. Adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council authorizing the execution of an agreement and issuance of an annual purchase order with 3 single-year renewal options to Parts Authority for automated parts and supplies by the Public Works Fleet Division. Councilmember Nichol.
Yeah, this item was brought to my attention by a number of constituents. Packet page 78 states that 4 vendors responded to an RFQ. Of the 4 vendors, 3 were determined to be non-responsive, and therefore only 1 vendor is left, and so we will be awarding this contract to that vendor. The question arose, on what basis were the 3 determined to be non-responsive?
Our request was specific for brands, and either they substituted or they failed to fill out the bid sheet completely. So
Okay, because it was also brought to my attention that the winning bidder, which is Parts Authority, provided non-factory part numbers in their bid, just as the others did. So there was some confusion as to why the non-factory part numbers were deemed non-responsive in one set of bids, but on this one, they were considered responsive.
Well, they completely filled out the bid sheet. So that was the
Okay, because I think NAPA completely filled out their bid sheet as well, correct?
But they substituted parts that weren't brand name that we specified.
Are they brand name or factory part numbers?
Brand names.
So you want brand names but not factory part numbers?
Well, that's, we asked for brand names. They've already been authorized, and we've gone through
Are those factory part numbers or aftermarket part numbers? Because the concern is that it does appear that that this knocked out some others, and the justification that's provided in the agenda item does not appear consistent with the part numbers that were provided. So I just wanted some clarification. If in fact the bid specified actual name brands as opposed to factory part numbers, I can understand that.
Yes,
but my understanding is factory part numbers are required to maintain the warranty and to satisfy the manufacturer's specifications, correct?
Well,
yes, but unfortunately, many of our vehicles don't have factory warranties.
Exactly.
So in some cases, we're looking for brand name parts.
Is there a reason why brand name and not just some other part that's interchangeable? Because obviously there's some cost savings if we went.
Well, we've used them in the past, and we know that safety is the biggest issue with us. These are parts that we've tested, they're battle tested, we know they're going to work, they're not going to fail. So that's where we're going.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to vote no on this one just because, I got a lot of flack on this over the weekend, people that are in the industry, and they couldn't justify this. So I appreciate it. I'll be voting no.
You have any other comments? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote.
On item 13, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 6-1 with Mr. Nichol voting no.
Thank you. Next is item number 22, agreement with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. Adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council authorizing the city manager or her designee to execute a professional service agreement between the city of San Bernardino and Liebert Cassidy Whitmore to provide legal services pertaining to employment relations and personnel matters for a total amount not to exceed $75,000. Councilmember Nichol?
Yeah, this was, the issue here was that the item is, from what I can see and from what others can have commented to me, is rather ambiguous. But under the discussion, it says the agreement for special services with this firm will provide legal services as it pertains to employment relations and personnel matters. Is that not a function of our city attorney's office, or is this something in addition to?
I think this is really both. Yes, it is a function of our city attorney's office. They do an excellent job for us. They have one attorney that primarily handles most of our employment-related matters. This firm is a specialist in this area. They have extensive experience, and Jolene or Gary may remember the number of, they have really handfuls and handfuls of clients throughout California. This is recognized as the leading employment litigation, employment law firm, and we feel that it's imprudent, given some of the complexity of the issues that we're addressing, that in addition to Jason and their staff, that we have someone else that is dealing with much broader issues. They also have direct experience dealing with litigation.
I don't have the specifics that you're suggesting. However, the level of expertise that we have in-house is not adequate in terms of what we really need. We are trying to we are trying to establish or rebuild our level of expertise, and we are having success in that. But this is a very highly specialized area of law, and heretofore we've had outside counsel, and this is a change in a new law firm that we'll be using.
Okay. Yeah, it's just, it seems rather unclear. Usually when I know during the bankruptcy, we had to hire some special counsel to deal with some rather complex personnel matters, but my understanding is now post-bankruptcy, we should be more or less back to a normal operation, and
There's really nothing normal about employment litigation issues, and really we're not able to foresee all the things that may arise. We need to make sure that we have someone that has the level of expertise necessary to deal with the particular matters as they come up. And so, again, day to day, the issues are being handled effectively by the city attorney's office, but we also recognize some of the issues are very complex. We've had a number of matters that, quite candidly, I cannot speak about, that the council is aware of, where it's helped to have someone of this caliber that could advise us on our next steps.
Okay.
Right, and I would just like to add that this is a supplement to our office,
Yes.
not a substitute for. So we would be working with
Hand in hand.
LCW. If there's an issue that comes up that we're not able to handle, we would go to them. But it's really within our office's discretion as to when they're going to be used. So it's just a good supplement to have.
Okay, and do we anticipate other areas of law where we may need supplemental legal services?
Mostly in the field of civil litigation, when that picks back up. Right now, we haven't had much need for outside counsel for civil litigation, but I anticipate now that the bankruptcy is mostly over, and anything happening after confirmation would be a regular case, we may need to do that in the future.
Okay, because I think it would be helpful from my perspective, and certainly a number of constituents that have raised concern. We were told throughout the bankruptcy what we needed to pay these legal fees because we were dealing with very complicated matters. And I completely agree that there's probably some areas where we need supplemental legal services, but I think we need to be consistent in terms of how we're communicating with the public, in terms of, how we'll be moving forward and what the normal course of business is going to be for city operations, whether or not that includes, and I anticipate that there will be some additional legal services or some other mechanism.
I can anticipate a lot of supplemental services that we may need as we deal with issues that have not been addressed for many, many years in this community. And quite frankly, while we have an effective team of attorneys, they're a very small team of attorneys. And I was a litigator. They really don't have the internal staffing to be able to deal with very complex litigation.
A really good example would be the recent water litigation that we just settled. Extremely complicated, extremely specialized as an area of law. It wouldn't be cost effective for us to have that level of competence with regard to water law and water issues and water litigation. Have that in-house would not be cost effective. It's much better to pay an outside attorney who's very competent, practices solely in that area of law, has been doing it for 30 years. That's what we did, and we got very good service and very good results. So those are the types of situations where it just makes more sense to go out of house to retain.
And I guess my bottom line at the end of the day is that, when we put in the budget, obviously we have a city attorney's office. I think the public keeps wondering, well, where do their responsibilities end, or to what degree are they able to handle certain business, and is that more or less what we should expect, or what should be a normal expectation in terms of the caseload and the types of matters that we can handle in-house, or should we just go to an alternative structure if we can't, if we really can't handle matters in-house, maybe we need to consider some alternative way in which we provide legal services on the part of the city.
It's very common, and most in-house city attorney's offices do retain outside counsel when there's a very specialized area of law where the need is there. It's considered best practices and more cost-effective to retain outside counsel when you have a need for it.
Okay.
I
will go ahead and support this
and
item.
usually we budget for it.
Yeah, well, and I want to make 2 points. One, this is budgeted, so we're not asking for a budget amendment to do this. This is budgeted. And one other, because I don't want there to be any confusion, I can think of another thing that we are probably going to come back and ask for specialized legal counsel on, and that is environmental issues, because we have a whole host of environmental issues in this community that have to be addressed, and quite frankly, it would be imprudent for us to expect that any of the attorneys in that office get the kind of training and expertise they need. We would spend a fortune sending them to continuing legal education and courses and things. It would cost us more to do that than it would be to hire an environmental firm. So, again, there are various things that we will be getting into. If we are truly going to change this community, there are a whole host of issues that have not been addressed in years and years and years, and we are going to need outside legal assistance to assist
Now,
with those.
this is being budgeted under the Human Resources Department?
There is some funding there available, and they also have funding in their budget already, so we don't anticipate...
Because I think that's what's also unclear to me, is that if we're using outside counsel, and I can't really have a good, really channel that back to the city attorney's office, so if we're blending it into the budget across the organization, then I really don't have a good sense of what is our overall cost of legal fees.
We will make sure during the budget process
So I will be bringing this back up during the budget process, but I think we need to have much more clarity in terms of what we are paying for legal services. I would like to see that in some way delineated under the city attorney's budget, as opposed to blending this and diluting this out through other department budgets, so we have a good sense of what our real costs are. But I will support this tonight. I think a motion's been made, so I'll be voting.
I have a question.
Councilmember Marquez.
To Mr. Sines, have we used this firm before in the past?
Yes, constantly.
It's on.
Yeah. Oh.
We've used Liebert Cassidy a lot for training. They've done a lot of our sexual harassment training, a lot of personnel type trainings. Right.
Yeah.
They're a really good firm. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think they've even represented us in some litigation in the past. It's been a while, but we've been using this firm for years.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second.
On item 22, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Ms. Marquez, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 24. This is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino adopting local goals and policies related to community facilities districts. Mr. Mason?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. You'll recall on November 3rd, I think it was, we had a special council meeting. We did some strategic planning. Later in the afternoon, I brought forward a discussion on community facilities districts that's been referenced this evening already. At that time, you directed me to come back at the next available practical meeting to discuss a goals and policies document, which is required in order to begin the process of accepting applications for CFDs, community facilities districts. Primarily right now, a north end of town issue where you heard tonight, there's a lot of pent-up activity ready to kind of get rolling. So this item is bringing it forward is consistent with your request. You asked at that meeting, too, that as we craft the agreement, or not the agreement, but the statement of goals and policies, that we make it as, I'm not sure friendly is the right word, but as open and inviting to the development community, and as long as you then retain the right on a case-by-case basis to be able to make decisions that might go more liberal or more conservative, either way at that point in time, but you retain the right on a case-by-case basis to make the final decision on those kinds of issues then. So, again, it's a goals and policy statement. What I've got is about 8 or 9 points I wanted to walk through with you. That are the details of things that are kind of the important salient points to understand as you're adopting it. So I would look to move quickly through that, or if you have questions, feel free to ask.
Go ahead and proceed.
Okay. One of the things I want to point out is that there's no cost to the city as we develop these CFDs. The developer is required to make a deposit up front that covers all their costs that were coming to us to create one of these districts, and therefore they fund those costs. And so we bring together a team of financing people to put the transaction together, and those costs are reimbursed from the deposit. The definition of public facilities is very broad. It's consistent with the state law. There's no restrictions on it, but the key point is that the question of can we finance fees is part of that discussion here on public facilities, and there's no restriction here for financing fees. Some cities choose to do that in their goals and policy statement, as there's additional staff work on my side of the house when you finance a fee versus a direct improvement on some infrastructure improvement. They pay for that directly. There's a direct connection between the dollars and that improvement. In this case, fees have to be tracked for a 3-year period of time. We spent that time, so it's just more, maybe risk is the word, but at the same time, it's something that we're prepared to do. So I'm proposing that as well. Developers have to provide information to the council relative to they may provide information to the council relative to prioritization of the facilities, but the council retains the final authority as to how the bond proceeds are spent. There's never enough money to do everything everybody wants to do. That's a common life principle, I guess. And so it's true here as well. And so they may say, hey, these are the things I'd like to see the bond proceeds go for, but ultimately within the concept of public infrastructure, you retain that right to make those decisions. Disclosure. You retain the right also to dictate the level of disclosure. Melrose taxes, you've seen those on housing signs before, not always popular, but because they surprise people. The math ought to work out even between the price of the house and the taxes on the bill at the end of the day if the math is done right. But they need to know, homeowners need to know going in that they're going to be paying a Melrose tax or a special assessment on that property. And you can set the level of disclosure required of the developer, of the potential homeowner, so that when they get the first tax bill, they're not calling City Hall saying, hey, why is my tax bill so high? I never knew anything about this. We want them to know up front that that's the case. The developers are indeed required to provide some ongoing disclosure to us because you issue bonds, they make representations, they have to provide information on an ongoing basis. Then the next three are all having to do with the level of taxes set. These are fairly important items here. They talk about an escalation factor of 1% is what's in the document. You can mandate flat taxes, but if an escalation allows a little more proceeds from the bond transaction, and therefore that's good for financing more things. 1% is a very reasonable escalator. It could be higher. That's more liberal, but 1% is reasonable and shouldn't be too big a burden on taxpayers then. The next piece of that is that the overall tax rate for a parcel, when the final improved parcel is done, has a house and all the improvements are done, it has a value, assessed value, and the tax burden on that property should be no more than 2%. That's the most common rate. Of course, a higher rate allows more taxes and therefore is more liberal, but that would be, we believe 2% is right. It's the most common number. More often, if you say change from that, it's on the lighter side, but then that's more conservative. You can always choose to do that if you felt a particular neighborhood necessitated that. And then the last special tax restriction is that once the special taxes are all levied on a particular neighborhood or a development, that the total of those taxes needs to be 110% of the debt service on the bonds that are being issued. The idea is that if you have a $100,000 a year debt service payment, the taxes ought to be able to generate $110,000 to create coverage. It provides a safety for us. When things go south in a neighborhood with people in their delinquency rates, the city has to step in and deal with things. There's requirements for that. And so it can be burdensome if there's a challenging neighborhood. And so having that coverage factor allows us to protect ourselves from being in a situation where we might not be able to pay debt service from the proceeds of the taxes. So that said, those are kind of the key points in the policy statement. You've heard positive comments tonight from people. I was very pleased that was the case. Sometimes that can be contentious, but this, I think, with your direction, wanting to be friendly to the development community and encourage things to happen there, this is doing that, and you've heard comments in that regard. Last, the point I made earlier is that you are able to, on a transaction-by-transaction basis, decide to move the needle more or less favorable if that was appropriate for that transaction. So with that, that's my comments on that item.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you. Brent, I really appreciate what you shared with the council and the public. This CFD is an important tool for development. We want to ensure that the longevity of projects are sustained and that there's just not abandoned projects. And I think this is a very good vehicle and a tool in our development community to build quality homes.
You said north end, I say the entire city.
It's the entire city.
Right.
We have people waiting in
So
line.
careful
to do
now.
this stuff. It's a city, it's a
Because-
citywide document, absolutely.
Understood. This is a citywide program that we need to implement in all portions of the city, where there's infill opportunities or where there's mass land aggregation. This is an important vehicle, so I'm fully supportive and move for approval.
And I second.
And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to note, at the council's seats, we did receive a letter that I want to make sure you're aware, from Carlos Rodriguez from the BIA, also recommending that you support this.
Councilman Nichol?
Well, I just want to thank staff for putting this together. I think this sends a very strong signal to the development community that San Bernardino is open for business. And we have put out the welcome mat, so please make sure that the word gets spread far and wide, that we are looking forward to working with new opportunities and working with those firms that are going to bring the prosperity that our city desperately needs to get back on our feet and to really be the aspirational world-class city that we will be. So thank you. Thank you, staff.
Councilmember Mulvihill?
Were you going to say something?
No, you can go first.
Thank you. Brent? Yes. An issue has come up. I was asked, say you've got a housing tract of 100 homes that has CFD, and the debt is divided up 100 ways. What happens if only 50 homes were sold? Who pays for the other 50 commitments?
The property owner retains their obligation on the taxes.
That's what I thought.
Till they're
Yeah,
sold.
that's what I thought.
And one of the things, I didn't go into detail, but we also are asking for a letter of credit to secure that as well, to protect our interests, because the developer could walk away. And so if he or she has put a letter of credit for an extended time, that protects the city's interest in that case.
Another issue I have that came up in the League California Cities publication, Western Cities, a Mello-Roos dispute came up with the city of San Ramon regarding the cost of infrastructure. I don't know, are you familiar at all with that?
I'm not familiar with that story.
I've got articles, copies for everybody here, so. But the point is that San Rafael in 2011 adopted a general plan policy regarding the city to evaluate the ability of new development to pay for its infrastructure, its share of public and community facilities, and incremental operating costs it imposes. To comply with the general plan policy, the city conducted an independent fiscal analysis to determine whether the cost of providing services to the project, this is a 48-unit townhouse development, to determine whether the cost of providing services to the project would exceed the revenue generated by the project, thereby creating a negative fiscal impact. The analysis showed an annual negative fiscal impact of approximately $500 per townhouse. And they put a special tax to make up for that, and they were sued, but they won. They won in the local courts and the California Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court. But the point is that I don't think we have a caption like that in our general plan. Right. And I think that we really need something, even if it takes an amendment to our, don't wait 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, because obviously it sounds as though there's a lot of people, there's a lot of CFDs out there that are hatching or being thought about. Mm-hmm. And so I'm thinking that we really need to get something in front of the council to make sure that as infrastructures and development goes, that we're not sort of, bargaining away our future, right? Because in many ways, I think the specifics of development, maybe the expertise is on the development side and not on the city side, and we really need to do that kind of analysis at San Rafael. So again, I've got copies of this article for everybody here, so.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Go ahead, please. No, go ahead.
No, really.
No, you.
I think, part of the document that you have before you is really this policy document, and we tried to write it in a manner that provides a level of certainty for the city and security for the city. One of the other safeguards within the system is that each one of these projects is going to come back before you. We are fortunate that we have retained Kaiser Marston, really one of the leading firms that analyzes projects, and they can assist us in evaluating the potential impacts of these, so that we have that same expertise on the city side as we're evaluating projects and looking at really how the deals should be structured. So again, I do think it's important that we have that same expertise on the city side as we evaluate those projects, because each one, as you recall, this is just a policy document. Each one of those specific projects will come back before you with recommendations about how that one, depending on what the developer's proposing, but whether or not that makes sense for us from the city's perspective or not.
Thank you. Any other questions?
And then just one other comment, or actually two. I apologize. I'm going to seek your indulgence. The other thing, remember, we've talked about the idea that we are going to start that general plan process shortly. We're going to be budgeting for it in the next fiscal year. It'll be obviously a multi-year process, but we do plan to start that sooner as opposed to later. And then just since we're in the process of thanking everyone, I also would be remiss if I didn't note, we had a lot of the developers, and the reason why Brent talked about the developers at the north end, so many of those were so intimately involved in this process. The BIA reviewed documents for us. So again, we thank them for walking through it started with the SCIP, and here we are today with the CFD. So we appreciate the level of involvement that they've had, the support, the patience to get to this point today. So we do, again, appreciate that.
Thank you, Brent, for bringing this issue back to us. Who is responsible for the collection and administration of the bonds?
The taxes to pay the bonds?
Correct. Is that
my office will be tasked with levying the taxes to the county roll, collecting them, and then paying debt service.
The county collects it, then remits it, and then we use it for payments on the bonds?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, we send it to a trustee who will then pay bondholders, but there's one more person in the middle there, but yes.
Thank you. We have a motion.
On item 24, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item 25, to adopt the resolution of the Mayor and City Council authorizing the execution of Amendment Number 6, the Cooperative Agreement 40-040, the Santa Fe Depot, and execution of an operations and maintenance agreement between the City of San Bernardino, the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, and Omnitrans regarding the San Bernardino Transit Center.
Mayor, before Brent actually starts his formal presentation, I wanted just to note that this is one of these items that started many, many years ago. There were tentative agreements made with the anticipation that there were going to be subsequent agreements. So really what we're bringing forward to you today is really just finishing something that was started a very long time ago. In fact, Brent may even have a number. I think it might even have been closer to 10 years ago. So it was a long time ago. So we'll walk through the presentation and answer any questions that you have.
Yeah. And because I don't have all that history of myself, not having been here, but the gentleman from SBCTA who has developed these agreements and has all the history as well to help answer any questions you may have about that on that side as well. But I wanted to walk through what the agreements are doing with you first. The agreements are for the Santa Fe Depot. They're cooperative agreements for maintenance and operations associated with the Santa Fe Depot, which we've been doing for years, and then also for the new San Bernardino Transit Center, just right off of City Hall here area, down East Street, I think it is. There's no new funding request with this. That when we adopted the 17-18 budget, we had some high-level conversation about this, and then we knew the need existed for funding in the current year. So those funds have been included in the 17-18 budget. So there's no new funding requested. This is simply putting in place the operating agreements that allow us to manage the relationship for which we would then be paying the costs of our share of the costs for security, maintenance, these kinds of things. At the facilities, the city has a specific responsibility for things like the platforms, the parking lots, the landscape maintenance, and then for the parts of the facilities that we own, we have responsibility for. At the depot specifically, there's been recent improvements that were completed fairly recently, where there's another platform they call the extended boundary area. It's another platform as well as the passenger bridge that goes over, has elevators on both sides for ADA access kinds of things, and so fairly expensive to maintain as well. Then for the Santa Fe Depot agreement, we've been taking care of managing our specific pieces of the property. SBCTA has been doing theirs, so these agreements also change the structure a bit and put together the obligations all under one operating agreement, so the one property manager that exists over there will, through the funds that we and SBCTA input to the situation, which is not increasing, will manage the entire thing. So, for instance, instead of us having to pay security ourselves for our piece of the lot, which comes out of the police budget, and SBCTA paying for their security, we'll have one security contract. It's the same firm, coincidentally, so that works out very well. There's no cost change, really. Potentially some efficiencies over time, but it's just going to be us paying through one situation and not. And really, the best part of that is that we have. It's not so much an efficiency as it is an effectiveness. There's less ineffectiveness as people are trying to figure out who's responsible for this or that arrangement. Another point is that the agreements are consistent with the other cities that have stations up and down the line, throughout the San Bernardino line as well. And so there's nothing more favorable or less favorable about the San Bernardino agreements. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Victor Lopez with SBCTA is here as well to help answer any questions you may have on the agreements.
Any questions?
Move approval.
Thank you. We have a motion. Councilmember Marquez.
I support this item. I just have a question, and Ms. City Manager, thank you for bringing, she's gone. Anyway, I just want to thank staff for, there you are, she just reappeared. I want to thank you for bringing this agenda item forward, because for a long time, I was looking for these agreements, because I want to specifically know who is responsible for the landscape right next to the parking structure. It is the City of San Bernardino, if I read this correctly. It's in shambles. We need to work on it. It is dry. We should have probably put drought-tolerant plants. Sprinklers are broken, and it's really a huge eyesore as people go by and they get a lot of calls. So do we have a plan to address that in the future?
Yes, we do. You know, we have all sorts of properties in the city that are not being maintained well. So as the council and I have talked about, we're expanding our contract services so that we can have regular scheduled. You know, for many, many years, we didn't have routine schedules, and this will be included on the list of properties that will receive some type of regular maintenance program.
Please. Excellent.
One other comment on that, too, is that with this new agreement, SBCTA's or our property manager with SBCTA will maintain the entire thing. So instead of us doing ours and then doing
piecemealing.
Yeah, so that's the kind of effectiveness I was talking about.
Right.
It's not really more efficient, it's just more effective.
Right, and
we'll
it's in
pay for that,
writing.
and it'll be taken care of.
Okay.
So, and I saw Victor make a note over there at the same time. So
Please take a lot of
tomorrow he can get the
notes.
watering hose out there.
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Valdivia, did you have a question?
Yeah, I too want to echo the sentiments of Councilmember Marquez. Residents in my district have complained of the graffiti, burnt-out parking structure lights. So there's some operational issues that I'm requesting that our city manager get to the bottom of, especially that where the old Santa Fe Historical Museum trail car was there. It's complete. There's homeless encampments there. There's exposed sprinklers. The other opportunity might be to see if we can actually capitalize on the parking structure to see if there are opportunities for a revenue share on the parking fees or parking meters in and around that area. So I'd like for you to consider taking a look at that, because that's a good opportunity. Other cities have done it along the 10 freeway, and they've passed those revenue cost share agreements. There might be an opportunity for us to pick up some revenue here.
I think it's like so many other things in the city. You're right. I think this is the first step in developing that strong relationship that we need with SBCTA. They're certainly open to having those kinds of discussions with us. So, yes, I think this is one of many opportunities we have in partnering with them.
Any further questions? I believe we have a motion and a second.
On item 25, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Barrios, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is a report by Councilmember Mulvihill, He attended the American Planning Association November Workshop 2017. It was a tour of a marijuana cultivation facility on November 30th, 2017. Councilmember Mulvihill?
Thank you. Let me pass. Taking notes, in some cases, are a little bit blocky. However, as part of my recertification process, I attended a workshop that was held at a cannabis cultivation facility in Desert Hot Springs at 65242 San Jacinto Avenue, Desert Hot Springs. It was in conjunction with the Association of Environmental Professionals. The main person that was able to contact the management to get us in there, a man named John Pena. He's an attorney with a law firm in La Quinta. He's also in the La Quinta City Council. He's been a mayor of La Quinta for 16 years in the past, not right now. Also, another individual, the former city manager of Desert Hot Springs, presently with the Coachella Valley Association of Government, a man by the name of Martin Mangana. He is a consultant with several cities, Palm Springs especially, but also with Desert Hot Springs. Mr. Pena mentioned that Desert Hot Springs has 32 CUPs regarding production, only 4 presently in operation. We're in one of the production facilities. The present firm, the facility that we're going through, the owner has a CUP for a total of 380,000 square feet. Presently, he has simply 2 20,000 square foot buildings, but he's constructing an 80,000 square foot building specifically designed for cannabis cultivation. The 2 20,000 square foot buildings used to be used for woodworking, furniture building construction. Also, the firm has acquired a former church property across the street for another 20,000 square feet. Pena mentions a specific issue, infrastructure, constant problem, water, electricity. Edison never realized how much power would be needed. With regard to Desert Hot Springs, medical and recreational are sold in the same dispensaries, except medical users don't pay taxes. In La Quinta, where he's on the council and been mayor, has a total ban on all cannabis except delivery. So that gets out of the whole issue of land use and storefronts and et cetera. Martin Mangana, when Desert Hot Springs, he was, again, city manager of Desert Hot Springs when it was moving towards bankruptcy. He convinced the council to allow cannabis production. Cannabis facilities are allowed in industrial zone. Dispensaries are allowed in this is Desert Hot Springs, in commercial zones. Each dispensary is allowed 90 flowering plants. Initially, 19 dispensaries were allowed, 13 were ultimately permitted, only 5 are presently open. The main person to talk about production was a man named Constantine, didn't give his last name. He's the production chief. He worked in Colorado. He was brought in specifically to take over the production end of the operation here. I asked him before the whole discussion began, what about residential grows in Colorado? Colorado does not allow any outdoor grows in residential areas. All grows must be in sealed out buildings, and again, because of smell. No personal grows on shared properties, apartment or condominium developments. Nearly the entire cannabis plant is used. I mean, the leaves, the stalks, the whole flower operation. Any waste is run through a wood chipper, then mixed with soil so it can't be reused. It's stored in a compact bin, which is kept locked. Compact is later added to soil. The entire operation is computerized, from timing of lights to drip irrigation is measured to the second. Nutrients are measured and pre-mixed with irrigation water. Wastewater is recycled, using 5,000-gallon tanks for clarification. As much as possible is reused. This part of the Desert Hot Springs does not yet have sewers, so the unusable water is stored and trucked away ultimately. Sewers will be used ultimately when they're available. The grow rooms in these 2 buildings, I counted 5 in each building, are separated to prevent contamination. That is, moles, mildew, spider mites. California limits what fungicides, pesticides can be used. Powdery mildew will be detected by testing when state begins in 2018. Whatever product is affected will at that time be destroyed. Production's on a very tight schedule. They have a harvest every 5 to 6 days. From transplant to cutting to harvest is 90 days. Productivity is measured in pounds per light. In other words, they've got these bright as Klieg lights, except with a yellow tinge to them. Constantine mentioned that before production, the production was 3/4 of a pound per light. Now it's 1.9 pounds per light, and he's aiming for 2.5 or 3 pounds per light. Overall production of the 2 buildings is 1,000 pounds per month. There's an extensive circulation system in place to keep humidity balanced and to keep oxygen out. CO2 is pumped into grow rooms. It accelerates growth 30 to 40%. CO2 levels are kept below 3,000 parts per million. And I think typically in the environment it's about 1,000 parts per million. An alarm goes off if concentration goes above 5,000 parts per million. It becomes dangerous for people. The circulation system includes carbon filters to eliminate smell. The operation is completely organic. I think you probably meant sustainable. Hiring, there are 60 employees at the present 4,000 square foot operation of 2 facilities. He lists jobs on Craigslist and does the interviews at a nearby Starbucks. All employees are life scanned. All employees have difficulty getting auto loans and home mortgages because of the employment. John, again, Pena, the facility is for profit. Former law required all producers to be nonprofit. There's been a little crime at licensed facilities. Crime gravitates towards unlicensed facilities. These don't pay tax. He was very adamant about making sure that those were closed. The city charges $25 per square foot. In other words, 40,000 square foot facilities is about $1 million a year they pay the city. John emphasized ordinances may be workable. The city must be reimbursed. Martin, an operation like this requires tremendous capital backing. In other words, about $10 million. All infrastructure, all the lights, the drip irrigation, the rooms, ventilation systems must be in place before the first harvest takes place. Operational before the first harvest takes place. The owner of the facility has 3 others in L.A. County. Backers typically are chemical firms like Monsanto and Dow, or tobacco firms like R.J. Reynolds. I'm not talking about mom-and-pop operations here. In other words, you're not going to open up in your back room someplace. Lastly, the last person being introduced was the security manager, Patrick. There's 5 to 6 security guards in this facility and 225 cameras on site. Security is essential. They wouldn't let us in until Mr. Pena had shown up, and they were, counting the numbers of people there to make sure that we stayed in proper order. And when I wanted to leave, the guard had to call the central facility to have them open the gate so I could leave. As I said, 8-foot fence surrounds the 2 buildings. No one is, again, as I mentioned before, until Mr. Pena arrived. And that's it, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember, on the first page, center section, infrastructure, a constant problem. You indicated water, electricity. What's Edison's concern?
Too much, in other words, they have power lines running to the facility itself. And so they had estimated how much power the facility would use, and they're using a lot more than what Edison had to give them more power than they thought they had planned for.
So they needed to bring in more infrastructure?
Exactly, more power.
On page 3, you talked about a city charges a fee of $25 per square foot. Is that an annual fee?
Yeah.
And then on page 2, you talked about the CO2 that is used for accelerating growth. Who inspects that to make sure that the levels are
It's
not
all
exceed.
it's all computerized, so I'm sure they have a sensor measuring how much CO2 is in the atmosphere.
Does the fire marshal get involved in their?
I didn't see a
process?
fire marshal. They have, again, they got computers before every room measuring what's taking place inside.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
And so I guess for the people who are, interested in getting into the business, this is your competition. And they're just operating a 40,000 square foot operation in a facility that's not meant for cultivation, and he's got an 80,000 square foot operation that he's bringing online, and he's producing right now half a ton a month. So,
thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, next is item number 27, it's to approve the calendar
Move for
for the year
approval.
2018. We have a motion and a second.
Mayor, you'll note that I passed out an updated calendar to you. We had, the one that was included in your packet was incorrect.
So that's the one that's going to be approved.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah,
Please push your buttons. Thank you. On item 27, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item 28. The recommendation by the city clerk is to call for a primary municipal election for June 5th, 2018, in accordance with state election code.
Move approval.
Thank you. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. City manager?
If I could, there was also a change to this item, so you have in
Yes.
front of you a revised resolution that corrected some dates. We noticed that there were some inconsistent dates. We also added language. The city attorney's office and the city manager's office, as the council's aware, are working with our special counsel on all the charter implementation issues. We have an ordinance that I want to say the second meeting in January we'll be presenting. So we did make a note in the resolution that that will be presented to the council. It does change. We have multiple inconsistencies within our current city code and the new charter and the state elections code, which the charter refers to. So this resolution is just calling for the special election. That ordinance will be presented to you for consideration at a meeting in January.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
It's actually not a special election, it's the primary.
Oh, I'm sorry, primary.
And the reason we need to do this now is the county registrar of voters needs that resolution in order to tell us what it's going to cost.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
Ms. Miller, the ordinance that will come back before the council on the second meeting of January, is that going to undergo the same scrutiny of a first and second hearing, or is that just?
It will. We will look at the timing of it. I mean, really, all ordinances have to have the first and final reading. We'll look at the timing, though, of the election. We don't anticipate any conflict, though, in the timing of the election, because we plan to get it right at the very next meeting and then process it at the final reading, the meeting following.
The only apprehension, I trust that you'll make it happen, is that there are certain days prior to the election and filing period, so that consistent with that, we're in keeping with
If we look at and we are going to look at those dates and back into them, if we think we need to, then we'll recommend that the council adopt it as an urgency measure and then also run it consistent with the regular.
All right, very good, thank you.
And the trustee assistant, city manager, said, no, we think we can have it on the 3rd. So I wonder why Jolena, I have to give signals to Jolena now. She's so far away from me, but, she kind of looks accepting.
Did you get that signal?
We were communicating.
All right.
The 3rd, the 17th, whatever works for you.
All right. City clerk?
On item 28, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next item is a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. The recommendation is to continue this.
Yes, I hadn't said that, but thank you for reading my mind to see we're communicating. Yes, we would recommend, we would like to continue it.
Okay, I move to continue.
We do have one public speaker on this, because it was announced, we'd like to give the public speaker opportunity to speak. Carmel Rowe?
And Mr. Mayor, we recommend that we continue it to the very next meeting, January 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is exactly what I plan to do today. I wanted to read this to you, the recommendation. It says, adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California, approving a substantial amendment to the fiscal year 2017-2018 action plan. Now, I'd just like to let you know that you guys have done several of these over the period of the last year, okay? And you've made mistakes. And I've sat up here and I've told you don't make these mistakes. And other people have came up here and told you don't make these mistakes. And yet you guys passed them. And now we're here today with another substantial amendment that in my mind just says, hey, maybe you shouldn't cut the community out. Maybe the people that get up here and that study and that read, maybe you should hear what they have to say. I'm going to tell you that it says, hey, we're no longer going to do the Veterans Project, and we're taking out the $300,000. Hey, I remember several meetings ago, everybody was like, hey, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. You guys are like, yeah, we're going to do it. And now we come back, and it's not even really something that we should have done, which just leads me to believe, I'd like a show of hands. How many people read the 728 pages today that they were given for the agenda? How many? Let's raise their hands. How many read the whole packet today? No hands. So we're making decisions up here that we do not even read through. Okay, so this is why these things. Now, if we do not have good people in our city, okay, if we do not have the right people as the head of the people, which the turnover is very high, okay, then we are up here and we are making very, very, very poor decisions for our community, which is why our community is the way it is, and which in 5 years, I haven't seen anything improve. Not one thing. As a matter of fact, I've seen it decrease and decrease and decrease and decrease, and I've seen bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. So when you guys decided to not have the Community Development Commission, you guys further silenced the voice of the people, which means that when you vote on things, you guys are probably going to be wrong a lot of the time because nobody reads what's in front of them. Therefore, we're going to have more substantial amendments and more substantial amendments and more substantial amendments. And the problem I have with that is then we really have no plan. We really have no vision. We really have nothing to tie the puzzle together. Okay? And we're just making moves to spend money. And I don't really care for that. I don't really like that. Now, this substantial amendment, you know, I read over it, and we're going to have the shade structure, and we're going to have the Fieldheim Library chiller, and we're going to do the streets and sidewalk and the Arrowhead Grove and the step-up homeless service. You know, and a lot of these things are county programs, and a lot of these things are getting money spent on them because we really didn't have or think about any other thing. You know, and there's plenty of wards in here that could use the things that this money could bring. So for you guys to pay such little attention to what you pass on substantial amendments and action plans over the last 5 years that I've watched is very poor leadership and very poor management of our money and of our funds over the years. So I am very happy that we do have a person that is now reading and capable of getting things done in the city. But at the same time, it is on you guys' plate to pay attention and to wake up and to have a real plan, not just a piecemeal plan, and not, hey, we're just thinking about how to spend this money so we don't lose it. Okay? I'd like to tell you that the city of San Bernardino, it's an entitlement jurisdiction that receives the community development block grant for neighborhood stabilization. Are any of our neighborhoods stable? Are any of them? Ward to ward to ward, there's not a stable neighborhood in this city. Okay? We have emergency solution grants directly from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. That means that we shouldn't have homeless. We shouldn't have fires being started because of homeless encampments. Our eyes should be open, and we should definitely have a plan. Okay? We have a 1-year action plan and a 5-year action plan, and we can't even get the 1-year action plan into place without changing it and changing it and changing it. So imagine what our 5-year action plan. And I have to sit up here because this is the end of the year, and I've watched, and even when I haven't been here, I've watched. And there are so many decisions that you guys have made without even thinking about the consequences. There is so much money that you guys have spent without even taking the community and the public into consideration. And especially when you haven't even read every single page of a document that you are making the decisions regarding. So I could probably stand up here all night and I could probably make you guys look bad, but I don't really want to stand up here and talk all night. The only thing that I want further to say is that on packet page 404, it says that in the ad hoc committee that you guys decided to remove the Meadowbrook Park bridge replacement project for $875,000. And then over here, when it says proposed capital expenditure projects deletions, it's not under there. It's still under the part where you're still spending it. So when you bring it back, I'd like to see that, in the right place. But other than that, I'd like for all of you guys to pay attention to every single fund that comes through. This art money that you guys are just now going to throw into the general fund. I mean, we have a lot of funds besides the general fund. If we were spending that money properly, people wouldn't be complaining, streetlights wouldn't be out, potholes wouldn't be out there, and pimps and prostitutes wouldn't be running wild. So please think about your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other more comments?
Move to continue.
Close
the hearing.
the hearing and continue
second.
the item.
Thank you.
I think you want the hearing to remain open.
Oh.
And then
Well, then
continue
whatever
it
the
to,
motion
yes.
is mine.
So your motion is for the hearing to remain open and continue to January 3rd.
Thank you. That's my motion.
On item 29, the motion to keep the hearing open and continue it to January 3rd was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 30, which is also public hearing. This public hearing is now open. This is Waterman Gardens revisions, conditional use permit 17-26, and revised subdivision 11-03, revised tentative tract map 18829. Oliver?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas. As introduced, item number 30 is in regards to the Waterman Gardens, are now being called Arrowhead Grove project. A little bit of background. Back in February of 2014, there was the original conditional use permit, development agreement, and tract map that was approved for the project. At that point, the project did have the 411 units. 48 were going to be market rate, and also have some community facilities and open space amenities. If you recall, at the end of last year, December of 2016, the council adopted the Waterman Baseline Neighborhood Specific Plan, which also encompassed this Waterman Gardens project. So this project is since then in September, there were 62 affordable projects that were completed, and that was the Olive Grove, I believe, which was completed. And so the proposed project now is to bring the remainder of the project into consistency with the specific plan. There are several mitigation measures. There's design guidelines and standards to bring this into conformance with what the specific plan called for. This project is being properties owned by the Housing Authority of the county. The master developer for this is National Corps, and so they're moving forward with the project. Again, the Arrowhead Grove project is now being called. We still have the 411 units. They are now going to increase the market rate units to 86 instead of the 48. They're going to have approximately 195,000 square feet of commercial mixed uses along the corner of Baseline and Waterman Boulevard, or Street. There'll be 2 community centers, and there'll also be one public community center for that. Total is approximately 39 acres, and again, it's at the corner of Waterman Avenue and Baseline Street. The general aerial view of the facility or the neighborhood. This was the original site plan that was originally approved a few years ago. As you can see, the 411 units were dispersed through the entire site at that time. And this is a kind of some shots looking towards the property, Waterman and Olive, and this is from Baseline and La Junta up on the northern end. This is looking inside the Waterman Gardens project. Again, the project description will be in phases. The first phase, which was completed, 62 units. Phases 2 will have 120. It will be a mix of market rate and affordable. Phase 3 will have 64 units, same mix. Phase 4 will also have 92, which will be a mix of market rate and affordable. Plus, there will also be 73 units that will be dispersed within the commercial component of the commercial site, and I'll show you a site plan of that. If you recall, this is recently had a grand opening or ceremony for this project. This was the Olive Meadow Project Phase 1. Kind of gives you a flavor of the type of development that they do, and so they're looking to continue similar theme through the project. This is the new site plan. Again, if I can get this little light to you. So right now, this is the Olive Meadow section in here, which is uncolored. And so now there'll be these will be the subsequent phases that come. There'll be some community, areas for the residents. They're looking at a shared, community for the neighborhood will be down. This will be another discussion at a later time. And then the commercial mixed use area will be up here in this section. Again, there's a mixture of floor plans ranging from studios to 3 bedrooms. This will be kind of scattered throughout the development. So different layouts and designs. They'll be utilizing 3 different architectural themes. We have the California Craftsman, we'll have the Contemporary style, and then we'll also have a Spanish Mediterranean style. Again, these will be mixed throughout the entire development. Again, this project was presented to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission is their recommendation that they've adopted a resolution 2017-65 forwarding that the council adopt a resolution approving this conditional use permit for the revised project. Be glad to answer any questions. Representative from National Corps and from the county are also here if you have any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Schroed.
I'd like to just compliment the staff and everybody's working on this. This is a much better project, I think, with the mixed use and the future commercial. It makes eminent sense here, and of course, I've been supportive of this project all the way along, but if you compare the original plan to what has been revised, it's significantly better, and you're going from 46 or 48 to you're doubling that in the market rate, and it's much better. I support it completely.
Thank you for the compliment. And again, it's been a total team effort. There's a bunch of folks involved, so thank you very much.
Did Steve have anything to do with it?
Very little.
And the Housing Authority.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good job, Oliver and team and National Corps. I've been there from the very first demo of the first department, and I must say it has transformed this entire neighborhood. The individuals that are now living there in the first phase are just happy as they can be, no complaints. I've toured the apartments, and they have better amenities than I do at home. They are excited, and I look forward to the other phases as they come on board. And thank you to my colleague to the left here, Councilmember Barrios. We were in this together because it's been a problem area, but I think that we're on the right track, and it'll be a model for the nation to follow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have to, commend National Corps for what they're doing. They're doing great work in our community, and they need to continue that work, and this council needs to continue to support them on that. And the additional market rate housing is great. You know, it's great to hear that there's going to be more market housing in this project. I do have one issue that I have to point out for the constituency, and it's the intersection of Waterman and Baseline. The drainage system there has been horrible, non-existent, issue, a big problem, probably safe to say decades. And it was supposed to be taken care of earlier this year. The past 3 years, this has been, okay, it's just being pushed down the road and nothing's happening. When is that issue going to be taken care of? Because when the rains come, it's a lake at that intersection, and you can get on a freaking canoe and go all the way down Waterman, and it's a very, very huge issue. And when are we going to see that?
So I know that, I don't know the specific, timing of the dates, but I know that that all the infrastructure around the Waterman Gardens is going to be done in phases as the development occurs. I know that we're working, one of the things that we were working on before the modification came about was kind of that infrastructure phasing plan as well. I know that they're looking for funding. As you mentioned, there is a flooding not just on that intersection, but down on Olive and La Junta, down in that area, in the street, kind of has an unusual configuration, if you will, and so we are looking at that, and there's also addressed in the EIR for that. It is called out in the mitigation measures that be completed as the project moves forward, and so we are in those conversations on at what point, how much, and so forth.
Because we're going to have an amazing project set up on this corner, but yet we have a flood issue right at the main corner, the busiest intersection in the city of San Bernardino. Right. And we haven't been able to take care of that, city manager. And I know that it was a project that was approved to be taken care of, and the funds should be there. I'm just wondering, when is it going to get done?
Well, and I think, and I apologize, Steve, for doing this, it involves detention basins, I believe, and I believe that they're in design work now, and it has to be done in cooperation with some of the work that you're doing. Is that, go ahead.
If I may, could you put the site plan back up?
Yeah.
And let me just because it's a great issue. So two halves of the equation. We are the recipient of, so if you go back, if I may. So if you look at this corner, the corner of
Oliver, can you give him the pointer so he can get back on the mic, please? You're in my bubble.
Call security. All right. Sorry. Too close. So if you look at the intersection of Waterman and, I don't know if I'm getting anything red happening here, but if you look at Olive and Waterman, and you look at the retention basin that we're having to size to accommodate the runoff and water flow, we are primarily a recipient of the flooding that's coming from the intersection. And so we're not contributing anything to the problem at the intersection. We're trying to mitigate the impact of. And so the project that you're talking about, the last numbers I heard is a $20 to $30 million infrastructure improvement project that I don't know where it is within the city's infrastructure plans. But what we're going to be doing is doing everything we can to make sure we're accommodating and managing the impact of the flooding on our property. And that's through, we have a series of retention basins through the property that capture the water, let it settle into the ground, so further south from us, there'll be less impact of the flooding.
I don't know about the $20 million number, so I'll have to check that. I think we ended up, though, having to do it in 2 phases, and again, I will make sure the council gets correct information about this. I think we had to design it in 2 phases. I think the first phase is designed, and then I think there is the second phase that would require the cooperation once the council moves on this, so that we can begin to design around what you've approved. So, and again, I will confirm that information and then make sure you get current information.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Thank you, Mayor. Some questions about, I guess, image and wording and so forth. We talk about market rate units. The market rate are still affordable units. Is that correct?
Yeah, great question. No, the pure market rate units the way, let me just kind of talk it through. So if you look at the market in San Bernardino, the market rate units are primarily occupied by people earning about 60% of median income. And so, but if you look at non-subsidized units, essentially we're going to be targeting people that earn more than that, but we're going to have to manage them accordingly. But the way that the rules work is we can't run the market rate units on the project the way a normal landlord would run their market rate units, which would be essentially, cutting deals and, 1 month free rent, et cetera. So what we have to do is we have to charge what the market rate calculations that are basing all of our subsidy on, that's the number that we have to charge. So the way that we're accommodating that is National Core will be signing a master lease on those market rate units. And then what we've done is we've had a number of conversations with organizations around the city to sublease them from us. So like St. Bernardine's, the school district, the county, we're talking to the city. Because one of our goals for this project all along has been having various income levels throughout the entire project.
Right.
And so, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but to answer your question, the quote-unquote labeled market rate units are not subsidized units.
Right.
The income of those people is something that will be somewhat variable. National Core is going to be taking the risk with the associate, as far as leasing those. It's our intent to get, nurses, teachers, other professionals living within the community and then manage the units accordingly.
But the point is that nurses, teachers, and so forth qualify for affordable units.
They could very well.
And so that's one of the issues that I have. Because often, and I think it comes up in meetings with business communities and so forth, they talk, this is public housing.
Right.
And the point is that, the word public housing, often people associate with, I guess my career spans from the Housing Act of 1968, the 235, 236 programs and so forth. I know public housing. But this is not public housing. This is not going to be underfunded. It's not going to be poorly designed. And it's going to have social services. Can you talk about the social services that you're going to be providing on site?
Sure.
This is something that the 1968 Housing Act did not consider.
Right, yeah. The majority of housing would be qualified as workforce housing. And so that's our intent with regard to having various income levels throughout the project for various income levels for people working within the city of San Bernardino. The social services in partnership with the Housing Authority and a variety of service providers target in 3 areas. Number 1 are children. We have a significant number of child-related programs, after-school programs. We are continuing to plan on moving forward with Head Start preschool programs. And so the partnership we have with the school district is one of our strongest partnerships, working very closely to make sure the programs we're doing are matriculating with the school district's programs. In addition to that, we have a huge emphasis, and this ties into the Housing Authority's move to work goals with regard to helping families continue to move up the economic pipeline. So there will be a lot of job training programs, a lot of family self-sufficiency programs, and so that's our second area of emphasis. The third area of emphasis is around wellness, health, wellness, and so that's neighborhood gardens, lots of partnerships with Loma Linda, St. Bernardine's, and others to be able to have health-related programming and opportunities for the residents and the property. So that is the broad categories within which our various social service programs will be operating.
Yeah. And again, that's a major element that was not available going back to when public housing first began back in the 50s and 60s and really up until fairly recently. But and I think people in the community really need to recognize that this is a model that's been successful, it's been shown to be successful, and it's going to be properly managed. That's another failing that took place really across the country. Our housing authority is really, number one in terms of keeping track of what's going on, and in terms of finances, in terms of individual backgrounds of people who are involved in the residences themselves. So thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm excited about this project. I've been around since it first started, maybe not sitting up here, but I just want to thank everybody that worked on the project, but I also want to give recognition to Hope for Housing, because Hope for Housing is one of the nonprofits that is actually working with the social services piece. And I can say that I have a staff member that sits over there in the Waterman Gardens to provide job search services for the community. So we're working hard at getting the community back to work, providing all the services that we can to get them back on their feet and get them maybe out of the low-income housing part and into the marketable rate part. So just want to thank everybody that worked on this, and we're excited about it. I'm looking forward to the next phase of it. So thank you, guys.
Councilmember Nichol?
Yeah, well, I think some of the comments I heard from my colleagues, I agree with. Councilman Barrios's concerns are warranted, and I think that some of the discussion we had on one of the previous items related to our community development block grant funding dovetail into this project, and I think this is a perfect example of the type of what we call a built environment, which is what we were talking about in our strategic planning meeting, which is this is an asset, this is an investment that is being made in the city, and we have an obligation as a city council to ensure that we provide a level of support in terms of the maintenance and sustaining the infrastructure that's needed to ensure that this remains a quality built environment in our city. So I would just want to echo the comments of my colleague, Mr. Barrios, and give my support to his concern, and would hope that as we move forward, as we start to develop some clarity in terms of how we're using what we call the colors of money, the different funding sources, that we understand that this project is a commitment that we have an obligation to make as a city council as well. And I appreciate the efforts of our housing authority and National Corps. You've done an excellent job, and now it's our job as a city council to do an equally excellent job to provide an environment that supports this great asset that you're bringing to our city. So thank you, congratulations, and I look forward to working with you as this project moves forward, and ask my colleagues that we get behind this project wholeheartedly and do what we have to do to ensure that this remains a quality gem within our city. Thank you.
Councilmember Valdivia?
Thank you. The issue of the drainage at Waterman and Baseline, let's get back to that. My concern is on the off-site improvements. I remember 3-4 years ago when this came to the council initially, there were some concerns expressed, and it has been a while. So I know this is probably a Public Works CIP issue. If not, it needs to be expedited, Andrea. We got to get on this. This is critical. I'll support this tonight. I don't have a problem. I think this is a good project, and so we'll move for approval on it. However, my concerns continue and are consistent with the off-site improvements. They're not being done, and I don't know why we're not having the nexus. It's right in their immediate area, and so we need to get on this with Public Works and make sure that this...
Again, I'm going to need to do some research because I'm looking at the conditions. There is some detention basin work on their property, so I need to check with various agencies. So there's some things that the county housing and the county are doing, some things we're doing, and some things they're doing. So again, I'm going to trace all that back, find out where the commitments are, who's responsible for what, and then come back with the status on how it will be addressed.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Pontel, I have a question for you related to the workforce housing. Could you walk through that as far as the requirements for eligibility to be one of the occupants of the facility?
Sure. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the council, for your comments. The easiest way, and I've been thinking about the easiest way to articulate kind of the categories of units, because what's important to understand is when you talk about affordable housing or subsidized housing, whatever, however you want to, it's a broad continuum. There's a big range of units, and they tend to fall into these categories. So there are a percentage of the units that would fall into what's called extremely low. And so extremely low would people that earn up to $19,110 a year. is essentially it's up to 30% of the area median income. And people that fall into this category tend to be fast food workers, home care aides, hairdressers, people that work in those kinds of categories. And so there's a percentage of the units, and if you think about extremely low, the original 252 public housing units that were on the site, people extremely low and up could qualify. And so as we've built the first replacement units for those 252 units, I would defer to the Housing Authority, but, say about 80% of the residents from the public housing units would be in that extremely low category. The next category above that is very low, and very low is 30 to 50% of area median income, so that's $19,000 up to $31,000 a year. And so what we're doing in this next phase specifically is creating bands of income, and we're working on this in partnership with the Housing Authority, targeting people that are actually making not within the range, but at a point in the range. And so at that particular range, you have preschool teachers, carpenters, EMTs, paramedics, various types of clerical support people. And so we would be targeting people in those categories so that, people actually making, $30,000 to $31,000 a year as a band in order to qualify for that level of subsidy. Low income there's a category of 50 to 60%, and then 60 to 80% of mean, and so that goes all the way up to $50,960 a year is in the low income. All of these categories are in the housing that is defined as subsidized at some level. What we've been working with the Housing Authority on is coming up with the easiest way to think about it is a shallow subsidy, so that we're able to have people at higher income levels receiving less subsidy in bands within the property. So it's our intent to have the affordable units, the subsidized units, at all of those categories up to 60% of area median income, so that would be people earning $50,000 a year, and that's a single person. A single earner in a family at $50,000 would be the income level for a number of the affordable units. After that, you then get up into the market rate units, which would be above 80% of median income, and so those would be professionals, firefighters, teachers, various construction trades, et cetera. That would be above 80% of area median income and up as high as anybody could earn. And so what our intent is to have the market rate units above that 80% of median income and up. And once again, these are units that are not getting subsidized. So I don't know if that helped, and as far as the number of units, the next phase specifically of 180 units will have 36 market rate units in it. And our goal as we go forward is to continue to target 20% of the units in the subsequent phases and more as we go forward. This next phase will be the first time we're introducing market rate units into the neighborhood, and so to a large extent we're testing the market. We're finding out, can we get people earning, $60,000 and up to come and live in this community, and we're taking the bet, National Core is taking the bet, that's why we're going to be signing the master lease for those market rate units, because the way that it works for us is we fill them with people that can pay the full market rate rent on those units.
If someone is in the very low band, the 30 to 50%, and then graduates out of that, what's the step that now is put in place when they, say, may move into the low? So their rent then gets adjusted?
Yeah, great question. Yes. And so one of our goals within the property is to be able to have those various bands. So as somebody's income goes up, they can stay in the community, don't have to move out of the community. Even once their income exceeds any level of subsidy, they would still be able to stay within that community. But the answer is yes, somebody would be able, as their income goes up, to graduate into higher levels. We can probably produce a maybe Maria could speak to it, but we could produce a chart that would show you kind of what those thresholds are and how those units then would be subsequently managed with people having that opportunity to move into a higher income level and still stay within that community.
So the financing is based on that original projection?
Correct. The financing...
And if they then move out of that, how does that impact the financing?
Yeah, it's going to be a management issue with property management. So we would be replacing them in the unit at their previous income level with a new family that would be on a wait list prepared to move into that unit. And so it would have to be managed based on availability and based on what our requirements are as far as the number of units that we need to have at those various income levels.
So someone might actually graduate out of that income level into the market rate. You may not have market available. Then would there be a requirement that then they would have to relocate?
That is a great question. The public housing residents always have the right to stay within the property. The tax credit residents, essentially the new residents being introduced into the projects, they do have to meet certain income qualifications. It would be our goal to manage the units so they would have that opportunity to move up, but it is theoretically possible they may have to go on a wait list and there may not be a unit available to them. And so that is something that we would want to be paying attention to, with our hope being if the demand for market rate units is as strong as we think it could be within that neighborhood, then we would be prepared to move forward with the next phase with additional market rate units in order to try and accommodate that. But there is a theoretical possibility that somebody could earn their way out of the project, and then they would have to find another accommodation somewhere within the community.
And is that one of the potential goals?
Yeah.
Is to move the lower income into a higher category? This gives them that ability to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, the Housing Authority of San Bernardino County is one of the innovative housing authorities in the nation, and one of the things they've been working very diligently on is a time limit on the voucher, on their vouchers, where somebody has housing subsidy for 5 years. At the end of 5 years, they've been worked with to be able to move out of having that kind of subsidy into market rate opportunities. We're going to be working very closely with the Housing Authority, mirroring their goals with our goals at National Core, which is the same thing. We put a lot of energy on the family self-sufficiency, helping our families move out by providing all of the training and tools, et cetera, necessary for them to be able to accomplish that goal. So it's absolutely the goal. You know, one of the challenges, and this is, I think, if we become successful and this is a large enough engine, we believe it will spur additional market rate development and the improvement of existing market rate properties within the city.
The initial project, which was Val 9, which was 76 units, I believe.
Correct, 75 plus a manager's unit.
And that's fully occupied?
100%.
And is it also a stratified, very low, extremely low structure?
Yes, not as stratified as we would like it. And so as we continue to manage that property going forward, we do have a goal of increasing the number of mixes of incomes within the property. Because it was the first primary relocation opportunity for the original residents of Waterman Gardens, now Arrowhead Grove, that with the bulk of the population that moved into that first phase. And so once again, it's a management as units become available, where are there opportunities we have to add higher income level residents into that property is something that we will be diligently working on.
Were there additional units that were available for those that weren't in the Waterman Gardens original public housing structures that came from outside the Waterman Gardens that helped to fill the 76 units? And also the same question with the Olive. So.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about this project is the issues and challenges and rule changes along the way have been something that we've had to continuously navigate. And there were two elements that came to bear. Number one of our primary funding sources is what is known as RAD, and I think you've heard us talk about RAD, the Rental Assistant Demonstration Program. The use of RAD funding in the conversion of Waterman Gardens, a public housing project, to a non-public housing asset, so it will no longer be owned by HUD, no longer be a federally government-owned property. Transferring the property out of that federal ownership, the first right of refusal had to go to all the existing residents within the property. Now, so the demand for the new units out of the 252 previous units was extremely high. And so the demand exceeded the number of units we have had for these first two phases, which is why this next phase is going to be the first phase where we're really going to have the kind of income stratification we were looking for. We did think there might be an opportunity because at the same time we were moving forward, HUD adopted an affirmatively furthering fair housing standard requirement. And so the Housing Authority, in a negotiated deal, which was, kind of a last minute, we had Senator Feinstein involved and, Pete, the congressman involved, negotiating, the Housing Authority negotiating with HUD. And so what they had to do was come up with units in what were defined as opportunity zones, and opportunity zones have a definition all their own, but essentially it's, higher income neighborhoods, because of studies showing, kids that go to school in higher income neighborhoods do better, et cetera. And so the Housing Authority came up with 31 opportunity zone units that would have had an opportunity for residents from Waterman Gardens to move into other neighborhoods, other parts of the county. I think we ended up with, Gus, was it 16, 17 families, Maria, that took advantage of the opportunity zones? Oh, it was closer to 30? Okay, so that did help absorb some of the residents of Waterman Gardens, but still the demand from the existing residents exceeded the number of units that we had produced in the first two phases. So as the original wave of residents all came from the former public housing units.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, well, I would like to just reiterate that, I really see this type of project as a mechanism for people to step up in terms of their income and their opportunity, and I applaud that there's a time limit that's placed on individuals. I support that. And I think what I'd like to ask of staff is that, as part of this project, this is really, I think, a very innovative, forward-thinking type of facility that gives people an opportunity to go up the prosperity ladder. And I think it's important for us to think about how we might be able to, I know we've had down payment assistance programs. I'd like to provide some, or at least start having discussions as this project moves forward of how we as a city can partner with you as National Corps. So as these residents start reaching that point at which they start ideally earning the incomes that will ultimately qualify them or disqualify them in some ways to live here, that they have an opportunity now to become tax-paying, home-owning residents of our city. So I'd like to looking at that holistic view, and that's really where I'd like to see us really use CDBG money, community development money, is that I think that this is what I'm hearing here is that you have a role to play in the upward mobility of the individuals that you'll be serving, and we have a role to play in that upward mobility as well. And I think as we move forward in terms of our strategies, in terms of how we best utilize these various funding sources available to us, I'd like to partner with National Corps and the Housing Authority and really create a model for the nation in terms of how we can work together as multiple entities to really improve the quality of life of people and give them that upward mobility that I think they have a chance to achieve. So just consider that, staff, as we're moving forward with our discussions, long-term discussions about how best to use are various colors of money that can be used perhaps in a way to help these residents climb that ladder to prosperity. Thank you.
Great.
Councilman Shred.
Yeah, thanks. Steve, can you touch just briefly on the plans on the future commercial / mixed use? I mean, that wasn't originally in the plan, and I think it's a great idea. I mean, jobs and taxes and what have you. Are you presently working towards marketing that property and reaching out to the commercial development?
We were assuming marijuana dispensaries would occupy all the commercial space. Just kidding.
It costs $10 million to put one together.
The answer is, yeah, so just real quickly, the primary motivation is to maximize the development opportunity of the property, to generate the resources necessary to do the infrastructure necessary in order to accomplish the project. A big component of which is the intersection of Baseline and Waterman and street improvements along both Baseline and Waterman. And so in order to do that, and for a couple of reasons, what we've been able to do is increase the density of the residential within the project and then provide commercial. And we have done commercial market studies with regard to what the demand would be. One of the biggest challenges in the city is the existing strip commercial is not designed according to modern demands for retailers and et cetera. And so we have begun the process of having those preliminary conversations and analysis with the commercial brokerage community and have a high degree of confidence that the demand is there for the right design product along those lines. And just to kind of further indicate, the leveraging of the city dollars on this project is among the highest leveraging I think you could ever hope to accomplish. So the first two phases have brought $50 million worth of investment into the city. This next phase will be well over $100 million of investment into the city. And so as we go forward, that investment is paying for a lot of the improvements that are necessary in addition to the quality housing that comes along with it. This next phase, just so you know, we've been working very closely with city staff and the county staff and the housing authority. We believe we've put together a successful application for cap-and-trade funding, which would be the first suburban cap-and-trade funded project where we're competing against San Francisco and all the big urban centers for those dollars. And if we're successful in doing that, it would bring about $20 million of cap-and-trade funding into the city of San Bernardino. And so just kind of as, once again, the opportunity to leverage funding that's out there. The sources of funding have changed constantly since we started this project. Back when there was a redevelopment agency, the federal funding world continues to change, the state funding world, and so we're continuing to navigate those. But the leverage on city dollars has been extraordinarily high for this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill?
I just want to follow up on really what Fred and what Henry were talking about with regard to the community development, and it's not just the housing, that there's the commercial element to it. And in fact, I blocked out this on page 413. There's 3 bullets there, and the second bullet, increased sales tax revenue generated by new residents of the project, patronizing existing businesses in the community, and new businesses attracted. And we've got a specific plan for the Baseline Waterman area, and I know you've been working on it, and I know that Suzanne has been working on it as well. And I think, I was thinking more of Kathy. Kathy is a partnership is needed to really to focus on that area, and what's being done. Are we partnering? Are we out there making this area attractive? I mean, more than just, I'm not quite sure, sweeping the streets.
Yeah, if I could just address,
But can you also, and I apologize, but can you also introduce Maria? Because you talked about partnerships.
Maria.
And I just realized Maria's in the audience, and, and Maria's an important part of this team, too,
Yeah.
so I thought you might want to bring her up to the podium with you.
and she can correct me whenever I misrepresent anything.
Well, that's why I wanted her closer to you, so that
Thank
she
you, exactly. Jabbing. Maria is the Executive Director of the Housing Authority for the County of San Bernardino and is the owner of the property and our partner in this project, so. Just real quickly addressing the
economic, the commercial development.
Yeah. What was it about the commercial development? I'm sorry.
Partnering.
Partnering, yes, thank you very much. Yeah, and so there are a variety of aspects of this project where, the city, and the city is a complicated organization, so I'll give you one tactical and then one strategic example. There was a donut shop on the northeast corner of Baseline and Waterman, where the Yelp review of that donut shop was a new donut had not been baked in that shop in years, and yet it had a high degree of activity, especially at certain hours of the night. Well, in partnership with law enforcement, in partnership with the city, and we actively participated in that, we were able to get that, the city was able to get that donut shop closed down. Had a tremendous positive impact on the neighborhood. And a big part of it is giving property owners confidence that their investment in the neighborhood is something where the risk profile of that investment goes down. And so that is an example of something, and Sandra and our team is out, working with businesses in the neighborhood and helping to organize, constantly, advocating for economic development, working in partnership with the city. At the other end of the spectrum, the partnership is the specific plan that we did. And the point of the specific plan was, once again, to give property owners confidence about what they can do with their property and give them a modern code framework within which they can begin to operate and invest. And, one of the biggest assets of the specific plan is it has an environmental impact report that has now been certified, so property owners know with that much additional level of certainty what they can do and what kind of investment they can make in the community. So that partnership with the city, is at the strategic level where property owners are increasingly aware and thinking about, maybe this is a neighborhood that it's worthwhile to invest because there's a degree of confidence about what's happening in the neighborhood.
Councilman Schritt?
Last question. The north, I guess that's the northwest, the future commercial, it's split with a street there. Is all of that white area planned for commercial?
It's flexible space that to be planned based on demand.
So that whole
could be correct. It could be retail, it can be office, but it would be commercial activity within that space.
I couldn't see it on my map. It was too small. So.
Well, and I do want to, there was a previous comment, we've literally had hundreds of community meetings with thousands of people developing these plans. And we continue to give tours and welcome questions. So if anybody ever wants to come and see the planning, the thought, the investment strategy, et cetera, that is going into the redevelopment of this neighborhood, we welcome that.
Where do they go?
They can give Sandra a call. I would say me, but if you want to call back, I would get in touch with Sandra, and she would be able to help organize that.
Councilmember Charette said that was the last question for him.
Oh, okay. And it was.
The improvements that you've seen in the surrounding area, could you speak to that a little bit as the Val 9 was completed and Olive Grove and some of the attention that the surrounding neighboring residents have encountered?
Sure. I don't know how many of you recall, but the 5-acre parcel that Valencia Vista sits on was a vacant lot. And so vacant lot south of the church, just east of the school. Had a number of homeless encampments and, all sorts of activity. No sidewalks, no improvements. Just the completion of the construction, connecting the sidewalks along 9th Street and Valencia and creating more accessible pathways to the schools, especially for the kids living to the east of there, has had a significant improvement in the quality and the atmosphere of the neighborhood. Now, I'm hesitant to say this because I don't want to, have it come to an end, but we have not been tagged since we completed construction. And so the neighborhood appears to have responded very positively and respectfully to the level of investment and the quality of investment within the neighborhood itself. The property owner directly to the east of us, as we were nearing completion construction, we started noticing that the mobile home park started investing in cleaning up the mobile home park. fixing up their fences, fixing up their asphalt, cleaning up their landscaping. Because when you're next to a vacant lot filled with weeds and, other issues, you don't see what you look like. But when a new development comes along, the comparison becomes pretty stark. And so we are seeing that kind of attention being paid to properties around us. And as we do the next phase, which will be 180 units, it'll be visible from baseline. So it'll be the first really visible aspect of construction from baseline. It'll be visible from Waterman. We will then, we believe, a lot of the neighborhood will believe, okay, it's real. They're serious. They're here to stay. It's going to hit critical mass. The transformation of the neighborhood will continue to pick up momentum as we go forward.
How many are still occupying the old Waterman Gardens?
Good evening, Maria Razzo, Executive Director of the Housing Authority. We currently have about 21 families currently on site.
And are they scattered through the facility, or are they concentrated in?
We are actually in the process of concentrating the families to the northwest part of the site for safety reasons. And we're also working with HUD and the city in order to start demolition of the existing vacant boarded-up units prior to the development of the next phase, because it will take some time for us to, as Steve mentioned, to acquire all of the financing that's needed to initiate the next phase. So we have prioritized the demolition of the existing units.
Thank you.
And part of that is because we want to ensure their safety. We think it's safer if the other properties are demolished.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, we have a motion and a second.
On item 30, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Barrios, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. This public hearing is now closed. Next is item number 31. It's also a public hearing, and this public hearing is now open. This is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council making required findings and authorizing the execution and delivery of documents in relation to the issuance of San Bernardino Joint Powers Financing Authority 2018 lease revenue for refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4.5 million for the purpose of refunding the 1996 lease revenue refunding bonds and authorizing and directing certain actions in connection therewith.
Move for approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. We don't have any speaker slips for public. Thank you.
And just for the public's edification, this is something that we've talked about with the council a couple of times, so it's not the first time that you're seeing this.
Thank you.
On item 31, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Public hearing for item number 31 is closed. Next is item 32. This public hearing is now open. Recommendation is to receive the recommendations of the Citizens Advisory Committee on Marijuana, adopt an interim ordinance as an urgency ordinance for 45 days, and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to notify the California Bureau of Cannabis Control of the City of San Bernardino Cannabis Ordinance pursuant to Business Professions Code 26055. Mr. Persico?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. There are three, as the mayor has read, three items before the council this evening. The first of which is to receive and file recommendations from the committee and then adopt an interim urgency ordinance. First, I'd like to give a little bit of background. There were the elections of November 2016. There were two ballot measures, at least in the city of San Bernardino, related to marijuana. One which was a local initiative, which is known as Measure O, that did pass, and that established a scheme for the review and approval of both dispensaries as well as distribution facilities and cultivation facilities. The second was a statewide ballot measure known as Proposition 64, the Adult Use of Marijuana Act. That also passed on November 8th. Subsequent to that, the Governor Brown, signed Senate Bill 94, and what 94 did was try to set up a dual licensing scheme for both medical and recreational marijuana. In October of this year, the City Council appointed a Citizens Advisory Committee and charged that group, 9-member group, with 4 specific items. And we do have a number of the committee members here, as well as the chair, Damon Alexander, who I think may want to make some comments at the end of my presentation. The Citizens Advisory Committee, also known as the CAC, met on a series of 5 Mondays and came up with recommendations related to all of those items. Under Proposition 64 and SB 94, on January 1st, in the state of California, both recreational marijuana for adults over 21 becomes legal. And what we are suggesting, because even if the City Council were to adopt all of the recommendations of the CAC, there just isn't time to do all of the necessary noticing, hearings, environmental review, and have ordinances on the books by January 1st, which is really the overarching reason, or driving reason, I should say, that we are recommending that the City Council adopt an interim control ordinance. Cities in the state of California are allowed to adopt urgency measures when there is a, as the slide says up there, based upon health, safety, and general welfare concerns. There's been a lot of discussion on cannabis and marijuana, not only in the city of San Bernardino, but statewide. That urgency ordinance would be in effect for 45 days. If it's adopted by the City Council, that would expire on February 3rd. And then under state law, that can be extended an additional 10 months and 15 days. Again, the intent is to allow policymakers adequate time to deliberate and develop policies and laws around this measure. Measure O is the current law in the city of San Bernardino. I think most people know it is under legal review, and I don't see Stephen Graham here, but I believe we still have a hearing date on December 28th, correct? Okay. So Stephen called me earlier today and said that there were some motions filed to continue that, but it sounds like we still have the court date on December 28th. So again, what this urgency ordinance would do, we don't know what the outcome of that decision is going to be, how the measure will be adjudicated, but we do need to have something on the books for the city of San Bernardino by January 1st. So if the City Council adopts the recommended urgency ordinance, there are really 4 effects of that. One would be to prohibit commercial marijuana activities. The 2 would be to prohibit outdoor cultivation. 3 would be to prohibit marijuana-related special events. And 4 would be, again, because we don't know what the outcome of Measure O will be, if any portion of that measure becomes invalidated, those specific activities or permit types would also be covered under this interim measure. The third action that the City Council is being asked to take tonight is to send notification to the California Cannabis Control Board. We are required to notify the state because the state will not issue permits until there is a local permit. So the state wants to know who the local contact is and what our local ordinances are. So the city manager is asking for specific authorization to do that. That concludes my presentation. Again, there are 3 recommendations. The first is to receive and file the recommendations of the CAC. The second is to adopt the interim control ordinance. And the third is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to send notification to the state. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Damon Alexander is here. Did you? Yes. Can you and all of the other speakers stand to be sworn in? Anyone who's filled this speaker slip?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter before this board? If so, please say yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
I think you indicated the chairman of the CAC is here, and did you have some comments that you wanted to make related to the...
I'm Damon Alexander, and I'm the chairman of the CAC committee for this. And first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Pasuco, Stephanie Sanchez, Mr. Graham as legal counsel. You, the mayor, and the city council charged us with an overwhelming task in a very short amount of time. So with that being said, we did the best that we can. I'd like to thank the committee members that were here, Member Olivas, and I don't see any more of my members here, but I'd like to thank them for a job well done personally, because they put in a lot of time and energy into making this come to pass. As far as what Mr. Pasuco said, as far as what we're here, yes, we would like to move that. We didn't get everything done. As far as I think, speak for the committee, I don't think we got everything done that we would like to as a committee. There were certain things that you guys charged us to do, and I believe we committed and did what we were supposed to do. But there are certain things that we didn't get a chance to finish. So I don't know if our job is done with this committee or not. Obviously, there are certain issues that is going to come to pass on December 28th that we may have to come back, or if you charge us to come back, then we will come back and finish. But if you have any questions of the committee that we're in front of you now.
Councilman Nichol?
Well, I just want to make clear that I appreciate the work that you've done. I've followed the work of the committee. I think you've had very good deliberations, and I want to thank you all for the service you've provided. I do believe that this is a very complex issue that requires proper deliberation. So I would implore my colleagues to consider extending the term of this committee and ensuring that they have an appropriate amount of time to continue conducting the business that they feel they need to conduct. I do believe that we are up against a timeline that's mandated by law, and so we have an obligation tonight to ensure that we fulfill that timeline appropriately and expeditiously. But I do believe that if the chair of the advisory committee feels it's necessary and appropriate to continue deliberations on this, and I know in the context of what we did with the Charter Reform Committee, it took time. You can't come up with a solution in 4 or 5 weeks to something that has as many dimensions to it as this does. If it is the chairman's recommendation that we consider extending the term, I would like to make that recommendation, whether it's a motion or whether it's just more or less concurrence on the part of the council. But I would ask that you continue the good work you're doing, continue working within the community with all the stakeholders that are involved. Obviously, we have many in this room tonight. I think we can achieve something that is good for our community, that makes sense, and that achieves the objectives of both the law as it exists and the needs of our community as they exist. So with that, I'll ask the city manager, do we need to make a motion in terms of the continuation of the work of the Citizens Committee? Is there any thought that you have in terms of the work they're doing? And I'll also look to the city attorney in terms of any thoughts you have in regard to the continued work of that committee and any additional issues they may need.
Before city manager, I wanted to thank the committee for their hard work. It was really a tough task because you were trying to navigate through some very narrow issues.
Murky would be a good adjective.
And it was a very difficult task. I think, though, that actually putting forward a recommendation for the continuation is premature until we know what happens on December the 28th. I think it would probably be more appropriate to come back then and then decide whether it needs to be continued, because we don't know what the outcome of Measure O is going to be yet. And so until we know that, because then the next charge probably would come along with that recommendation. Councilman Trent.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly with Councilmember Nickel and comments that you've made, and it does seem maybe, I see the need probably for some continuation, but I also want to make it clear that that's exactly why the recommendation is for a 45-day moratorium with the ability to go further, because there's a lot of work still to be done. It is the law, we get that, and we're going to be dealing with it as we have to. But because the way this all came about, it has been really compressed into a very short period of time. And so I, for one, believe that we are behind on where we should have been by now, but we are where we are, and I think if we legally can gain some time to focus and deliberate further on this, I think it makes eminent sense.
So I'd like to turn the time over to the public.
Can I make one comment? So I can sit down?
Sandra, you're here, and I'd like to wait until you're called. Yeah, so if you would hold, and let us move on with the public hearing portion of it. So I'd like to call Carmel Rowe.
I'd first like to say that was a very rude mayor. She should have been given a chance to speak. She was on the committee and she had something important to say. The second thing I'd like to say is that I attended every single one of those meetings and I stayed until the end. And I listened to the good job that everybody did, and I thank Damon for actually conducting a meeting where public input was taken and where we were all made to feel that our voice was mattering. Okay, so in the end, when we were all hit with a 45-day moratorium in the last meeting, that took everybody, including the committee, by surprise. When I read through your discussion today about putting forward this moratorium, I have a real problem with it. I have a problem with it because we are behind the 8 ball. And I've been preaching this since 2013. We had plenty of opportunities to regulate and tax marijuana, and yet we have failed our obligations to this community, to the medical marijuana community, and to the state of California. We have let marijuana get unchecked in this city. We have watched it be out of control in this city, and we have not collected one tax dollar in this city. Okay, so being that this has gone on, Mayor, for all the years that you've been in office, maybe you don't regulate it, but it is out there because we do have over 122 marijuana dispensaries in this city. If I grab my phone and I pull up weed maps right now, I could probably get some marijuana right in this city very quickly. Okay, right in here for you, Mayor. Okay, so it's here. It's here, and if we were to change the way we're thinking here tonight and say, hey, we're going to adopt a 45-day urgency measure that says, you know what, we're going to adopt state regulations. If you can get a state license, we're not going to stand in your way. Because the state, they have thoroughly hashed this out. They have done it over and over and over and over and over again. Okay? They know what they're asking for. They know if you're going to be a criminal. They know the kind of people you are. Okay? Marijuana is in, whether you moratorize it today or not, it's not going to be gone tomorrow. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to get the taxes, and we're not going to get the business licenses. Okay? And then when we finally do get to it, because everybody in this room knows how this city runs, and 45 days will turn into 12 months, because 10 months and additional 15 days ends up 1 year. And then we've wasted a whole another year that we're not paving streets, we're not taking care of parks, and we're not turning street lights on, and we're not securing neighborhoods. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read to you the only reason why you are allowed to come up with a moratorium. Okay, and it says right here that Whereas it is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare, specifically the city and the public interest in the city's aesthetic, economic, health, safety, and community character, until additional staff review has been completed and any necessary local regulations. Well, let me tell you, if you are passing a moratorium, you are not following these guidelines. You are not worrying about the public's interest. You are not worrying about the aesthetics of the community. The only way they can get better is through regulation. Okay? You are not worrying about the economic goals of this city because you are not collecting any tax money. You are not worrying about the health of this community because medical marijuana patients will be denied access. Okay? You are not worrying about the safety of this community because marijuana dispensaries that follow the rules and that stay compliant with state laws, they have licensed security guards. They have lighted facilities. They have top-notch security cameras. Okay? So, and you are not doing anything for the community character. You are continuing to make San Bernardino, people move here from other cities because they say San Bernardino don't do nothing. We can come here and walk all over San Bernardino. So you're not doing anything for the city of San Bernardino by continuing to just try to ban marijuana. Man, just because you don't like it it was voted on overwhelmingly. 2 ordinances passed. The people of the city of San Bernardino want marijuana and they want it regulated. You can pass an urgency moratorium tonight to regulate it according to state regulations. So, hey, if you can get a state license, then when the state calls up the city clerk's office, which HDL, which is your consultant, said they would do, then the city clerk could say, hey, yeah, we're going to issue a license if you're going to issue a license. And then the taxes and the fees that everybody discussed in the meeting, okay, we could go ahead and we could just implement those taxes and those fees, and for 45 days, hey, we could start collecting them. And then we could build an ordinance off of that. And then you know what? You wouldn't have angry people. You wouldn't have an angry community. You'd start generating revenue, Mayor, and you'd get up to speed with what's really going on. I mean, come on, right across from the police department. I mean, somebody has to bring this up tonight. There was over 25,000 plants. Okay, there was a $67,000 a month Edison bill. Do you know what the user utility tax is in San Bernardino? It's 7.75%. That is $5,195 additional dollars from one place that comes into the city. We are missing the boat. So this urgency ordinance, I mean, you got to be in violation of some law using this, because this is not to protect the health and safety of the people. You are not protecting anybody by what you are doing. You are just pushing marijuana in the corner. You are pushing it in the black market. And I don't know. People always tell me, Mayor, it's because Salt Lake City calls you and they're in control of you. So I don't really know what your problem is with marijuana. But the problem that marijuana has with the mayor is that you are making marijuana look bad, and you are making it look like it's run by a bunch of criminals and pimps and panhandlers, and that's not what's happening. There are legal, legit businesses, people who want to follow the law, people who want to pay the taxes, people who love this city, people who want to see this city better. And that committee, they did not want a ban on marijuana. None of them. There was no consensus to ban marijuana. There was no consensus at all. Everybody wanted taxed and everybody wanted it regulated. So today you can adopt and you can file the recommendations of the Citizen Advisory Committee, but you must not adopt an urgency ordinance, which I believe is not even in compliance with the government code that you quoted, because it's not protecting anybody. It's not doing those things. If this was such an urgency, why didn't we do it 5 years ago? Why didn't we do it 2 years ago? Why did actually the city put an ordinance on the ballot called Measure P to regulate this if it was such a problem? The problem there is you. The problem is the city council, the ones that follow you, like Fred Charette and Mr. Mulvihill, okay, and I don't know about everybody else because I haven't heard their vote today, but the problem is you guys are standing in the way of changing the city and free enterprise, okay, and people not being looked at as criminals. You guys want to be looked at the criminal city of the world? And let's just face it, prostitution is here all day, every day. Okay? You guys haven't even been able to deal with that. I'm 41 years old. It's been here for 41 years and then some. Okay? Marijuana, at least the state is helping you out. And they've given you some regulations and they've given you some guidelines. So that 45-day urgency measure, let's make everybody happy and let's adopt state guidelines and that we won't get in the way. And then let's throw those taxes that the committee decided, which was like 3% additional tax and $1 per square foot per canopy. And let's take that part and let's get it rocking and rolling. And let's not degrade the Orange Show. Let's not make the city look bad. Let's get the gold coming in so we can be driving down streets looking good and buildings looking good instead of, we hired an image consultant for $300,000. I've yet to see the image change, man. I've yet to see anything change. Okay, but those cities like Oakland and those cities that are using marijuana, you heard them, they're pulling out of bankruptcy. They're helping people. They're creating jobs. They're creating the kind of jobs, okay, that people in this community could do and fulfill. Okay, you would create security guards to offset the police. Okay, you would be able to fund parks. These people, they give out turkeys on Thanksgiving. They give out toys on Christmas. Okay, and you guys, by not listening or for whatever reason you hate marijuana, I don't understand. If I have a choice between marijuana, Jack Daniels, and opiates, I'm going to be thrilled if my kid comes home with marijuana. Okay? And right now we have an opiate crisis, and there are people trying to get off of opiates, and then you're banning their medicine, the only thing that can help get off it. Okay? You need to do the research, Mayor, because I can't for the life of me figure out why you hate marijuana. You know, I'm going to tell you, my dad will probably be ticked off that I'm on the TV telling his business, but my dad smoked marijuana my whole life. And you know what? My dad is rich. Okay? My dad hasn't stunned him. He has a college degree, and he's owned more of this city than anybody sitting up here and made millions and millions of dollars in his life, and marijuana hasn't hurt him one bit. Okay, so I'm confused. Opiates are killing people and causing people to commit suicide. Okay, and old people that are taking these pills, they can't even think. Kaiser killed my grandma at 86 years old from overdosing her with opiates. Okay, I only wish my grandma would have found marijuana sooner instead of later, because then the last 20 years of her life wouldn't have been a fog. So I'm asking you today, I'm asking all those council members who really care and who really love the city, I'm asking you to do what the state does. If you can get a state license, you can get a city license, and just adopt the taxes in your packet. I know a tax measure has to be brought to the people, but those then, you could solidify those as the measure that are going to be brought to the people. And hopefully on the June election, you could have that marijuana on the June election, or I can tell you there's going to be a rise up of the people, and then there's going to be the people's ordinance again on the June ballot, and it's going to be right up there with the mayor race, and the only person that stood for marijuana for 5 years has been Carmen Rowe. So you guys should think about that when you're making your decisions today, and you should really think about the law in which you are using to make this decision, it is not for the health and the safety and the welfare of these children. It is not for the health and safety and welfare of the community, because the opposite is true. If you regulate it and taxed it, we would have prosperity. So I'm going to give someone else a chance to talk, but you guys really, 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 really need to consider what you're doing and how you're going about it. And this funny business, this is all funny business. You guys know it's funny business. You guys know the politics. You know how it runs. You know this game that's being played here. Stop playing it. Tax it, regulate it. Let's get on to something new. Thanks.
Thank you. Ben Eilenberg.
Ben Eilenberg. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council people. My name is Ben Eilenberg. I'm an attorney here in the Inland Empire. I represent Stephanie Smith as well as a number of other people I represent Stephanie Smith as well as a number of other interests in town. I'm also one of the lawyers in the Measure O litigation. I'm here to tell you about some of the dates that were left out of the staff report and some of the events that have happened to date. When Measure O passed, the city refused to accept applications. The city was then sued I didn't represent the people who were suing, but all of those cases have now been consolidated. The city resolved that lawsuit by agreeing to accept applications. Now the city is attempting to go back on that. This isn't the first time. After resolving that lawsuit, through the outside counsel, by the way, I know Councilman Nickel was talking about how the city has been having to use outside counsel. Frankly, I'm here to tell you, you're going to have another lawyer bill coming your way if you pass this moratorium, and it's mine. The city first refused to accept applications. They resolved that lawsuit by agreeing to accept applications. Then there was an application for a preliminary injunction in these lawsuits, asking the court to block the ability of the clerk's office to accept those same applications. That was denied by the court. We now have a trial date on Thursday. The city has been accepting applications, although they've only issued one permit, and that was to the Flesh Club here in town. The Flesh Club is a strip club here in town. Yes. If the city chooses to issue this moratorium, what we're going to end up with is lawyers, whether it be me or one of the many other lawyers involved in this case, or yet more who get pulled into it because of the moratorium, running to the court and saying, guess what you're violating? At a minimum, what will happen is it's a violation of the settlement, and it won't look good for the city in court. It could lead all the way up to contempt. It could lead to large attorneys' fees bills for each of the attorneys representing interests who have been affected by the moratorium. And not just the attorneys' fees bills, it could also lead to lawsuits against the city for failing to implement what the citizens voted on and what is currently the law of San Bernardino. We just got out of a bankruptcy. I personally really don't want to be part of shifting us right back into a bankruptcy when I submit my fee bill. I'm genuinely begging you, do not make me be a part of the problem here, because I will be a drain on the city's coffers if you pass the moratorium. Thank you.
Frank Forsey.
My first time here. I've been a city resident for 49 years. I've seen a lot come and a lot go. We've talked about the great things that marijuana has done for the city. They've given toys. They've done this. They've done that. Wonderful. Congratulations. I was a teacher for a few years. When Father's Day came, when Mother's Day came, kids couldn't write cards or anything because their parents were in jail. They started with marijuana and they took the other crap with it. And it ruined their lives. My neighbor next door, a baby, the lady had 6 kids. All 6 of them were taken away.
Mr. Forsey, please make your direct
Okay.
your comments to the
I'm sorry.
council.
But this is personal to me. Marijuana and the other drugs do have an effect on the kids. This kid is not normal, never will be, but we still love her. I want you to maintain the 45 days. Let's get this thing over with. And these wonderful attorneys that suckered all the money out of everybody. Can't stand them. Don't let them push you around. Nobody said what happens when you have all these marijuana places. You go to Oklahoma, you go to Texas, you don't even see liquor stores on any block like you do in San Bernardino. It's a much cleaner place, a lot better. This city must realize there's a cost. You can get $1 million, taxes or whatever, from that big company. Wonderful. Look what you can do. You can put 20 prisoners in jail for a year with that, for breaking the law. There's two costs, human costs and money. Everybody here, including the lawyers, are here for the money. That's all they care about. If they can make prostitution legal, they'd be for that too. And that's what we're doing. Put value on the people and not on the drugs. I know it's passed, I know it's going to go through, but let's make sure it's done right. The people that get the licenses, let's have it at a minimum, and let's check them out thoroughly. When I was in the beach, I was at the beaches one time, I was at the beach one time, walking down in Venice, and the guy came up and says, "Hey, you want a marijuana license?" I says, "What do you have to do, be alive?" "Yeah, that's all." 99% of this stuff is phony. We all know it. And the only reason we're here today is because they want everything to happen right now so they can make a lot of money off the kids in our neighborhoods and the adults. They don't have brains enough to leave it alone. Now, I do realize that marijuana does have some beneficial properties. Those people should be taken care of. But 98% of them are lying. I don't want to do anything that fosters the perpetual use of this crummy product. I've seen too many kids that are the product of marijuana and drugs. Take time, do it right. What are you going to do? Push it forward? All I want to do is make money. If they were selling onions, they wouldn't be here. Onions are better than marijuana, but you can't make any money on them. They're here to make money. That's all they're here for. They'll do anything to make it. Ruin lives or whatever. Take your time, do it right. That's what you're elected for. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you. Scott Olson.
Wow, what an act to follow. Okay. Got a little bit of news for you. Everybody should know this except for one city council person who's been confused in the newspaper about saying I'm a part of the marijuana crowd. I have never smoked marijuana. I see no use for it. It's not my thing. Sorry, Carmel Road, but I'll take the Jack Daniels. But we're here. But as we're here, we need a little history lesson. 2013 was a very pivotal year when it came to the marijuana situation in our city. We had a city attorney who had a program in place. He had city attorneys that would regulate things, the homeless problem, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, he was attacked politically and lost. We got a new city attorney. The first day in office, this attorney said, "You know what? I don't care. Get rid of all the city attorneys. No more regulatory anything, no more paying attention to anything." And the history that you all face is the history of what happens when illegal marijuana is allowed by the elected officials to thrive with little or no checks and balances. You see, the problem San Bernardino has right now with marijuana is a complete and total lack of regulation. It has to do with a complete and total lack of failure of our city attorney, an elected official, no longer elected. Why he's here, I've never figured out. You keep him around for, I don't know, political cover. We have a mayor. Yeah, Mayor Davis, you've made it very clear you're not happy with marijuana. But I'm going to tell you something. I sat there and listened to the people who said they didn't want marijuana, and then I watched what they did to try and prevent what happened with Measure O and Measure R. Well, whatever, N-O-R, you know. And I can tell you, as an individual who's worked on over 36 political campaigns, all the way from the U.S. Senate, was invited to be on both the Trump campaign and the Carson campaign, but declined both, all the way down to local city councilmen. There's one thing that was very obvious. Those of you who didn't want marijuana in the city did nothing to stop those measures from passing. You gave it lip service, you made a show of it. But congratulations now, because of your lack of effort, Mayor Davis, ever since you got in office with the illegal stuff, as well as where I right now, you're the marijuana mayor, whether you like it or not. Now, I want to go into a few other things. I have one massive concern about the current recommendations, and I would hope you could fix it. See, you left out 47 properties in this city, probably more, mobile home parks. You see, you have a unique situation with mobile home parks in that while the land is owned and rented, every one of those individuals, including myself, who live in a mobile home park, we own our house and our property. You have no regulations for indoor grows, outdoor, or anything that applies to mobile home parks. You see, this is what happened when you do a last-minute rush job. You leave out important things, and people pay the price, myself included. I want to thank all of those who are on the Mobile Home Commission. You guys did a great job. Yes, like normal in the city of San Bernardino, you were ramrodded into a last-minute political rush job with a task that was impossible for you to complete within the time. I sat for the first two, and I was pleasantly surprised at all of the members on the commission because they put their heart into it. They were honest about what was going on. They saw the writing on the walls, and quite honestly, they put this city first. Oh well, welcome to being on a commission in San Bernardino, where our current political goal is let's use them and lose them when it comes to public opinion. Now, city attorney, legal issues. Yeah, they're coming. They're coming big time. But here's the simple reality. They're coming because of the political failures of our elected officials who have not, for years, dealt with the issue. And now at 11:45, more like 11:59, we're back to the San Bernardino, oh crud, let's do a moratorium. Why? Marijuana is legal. It doesn't affect me. It's not what I wanted, but the voters made a choice. And for political reasons, you have decided to try and play more San Bernardino silly political games with this situation with moratoriums. Here's the simple reality. Here's what I think is going on. Because I've been involved in political campaigns and I know the political games. You see, we want this 45-day moratorium and we make an excuse. And we can extend it out to 10 months. Guess what happens? There's a political campaign, if anybody hasn't noticed, that's coming down the pipeline. 2018. We have multiple individuals who are sitting here making a decision. They desperately want to avoid this issue because they're not being honest and truthful with anything. They've intentionally created the situation for years, and now they're trying to come up with their games. 2018, those of us who don't want marijuana, guess what? We've been burned by our city for 4 years with illegal everything and nothing done, hiding behind the bankruptcy. Now they want to put a moratorium in place, so we're going to get burned again on the other side of the coin with all the attorneys. The legal fees will come. And if your game is called in court and we lose, the legal fees will be astronomical. Why? So you can play a political game so you can hide what you really did from the people? I've heard some of you play all sorts of games. Hell, play games on me in the paper, one of you. Mulvihill. I've heard you say, and it's one of the few things I actually said, wow, okay, we can agree on one thing, a broken clock is right twice a day, about how you don't support marijuana. I've listened to you in your report about your visit. Why is Mulvihill the one going to Desert Hot Springs to do the assessment on the marijuana stuff when he's been against it from day one? Look, he did make one big, nice, interesting point. $25 a square foot in tax dollars. How much of you in the audience think the city is going to moratorium this out of that one and screw the city big time, and we're going to lose out? I may not smoke marijuana. I may not see it as a part of my life, but I'm born and raised in this city, and I've watched this city be destroyed for way too long by politicians who are seeking their own petty little personal agendas. And I'm going to tell you right now, I will put all of my politics aside and all of who I work with, and I will have one goal, to make sure some of you, if you run for office, will never win. Why? Not because I'm mad about marijuana being legal, because I'm tired of your failures. Thank you.
Robert Porter.
Mayor, council, good people. I'd like to tell a little story today. My best friend, he's not really my friend hardly anymore. He could be, but he's lost his way. He was a Marine, joined the Marine Corps, hurt his back, and he hated weed. Like, always growing up, I was always the one trying to, like, down in Mexico, trying to get him to hit and stuff, you know, but he hated weed. He wouldn't have nothing to do with it. But I heard through a friend that some people were worried about their welfare and what they were doing and where they were. And unfortunately, because of his back, he had gotten addicted to Vicodin. And it slowly led to black tar heroin smoking. Now, I don't know if you guys understand, but did you know that black tar heroin is more readily available in San Bernardino than cannabis? Do you know that, Mr. Mayor? And it's like $5 a gram. You can get high all day off their black tar, right? And he wants to stop now. He's gone to the VA twice to try to get left after 2 days. He's there with his wife, right there on university, collecting money, a Marine. Can't get no cannabis. Can't get off of the dang crap he's on. He's trying his hardest, but can't get no cannabis to help. And he hated cannabis before, so why does someone who's addicted to black tar heroin urine for cannabis? Because it's medicine, and it helps him. And I'm hoping my friend will come back and be a productive member of San Bernardino again. And hopefully the VA, through their programs, and maybe Mary's Nursing House, or will be able to place some of them. Because it's more than just him. I met another girl out there on heroin. She looked like she could be at Cal State San Bernardino right now. But she was making money, selling her body for black tar heroin. Where's your moratorium on that, Mr. Mayor? Now, I went to all these cannabis committee meetings. We should have been doing this when Carmel brought it up in the first place, way back in the day. Then Elmo brought it up again. A whole thing we could have followed, and we just ignored it. You fought it, and you fought it, and you fought it. Then I go to the meetings that are forced upon you by Measure O. So you're forced to have a cannabis committee. And good people were on there. They didn't all agree with cannabis. In fact, some of them didn't like it. And I was disappointed with some of the choices that certain people make, but it's all right. His information was added to all the publics. And I knew there was something up with Mr. Pacheco right there when he would not let Jem with her normal presentation right away get up there. She said, oh, she has to have it in 2 days in advance. And there's all these rules. I knew right then something was up. And thank God that Damon Alexander's a smart man, and he just said, no, we're going to allow Normal to put their information on that. He was trying to hold back. And that was wrong of you, by the way. That was mean. And they were trying to give you good information. But you tried to prevent it, but it got shown anyways. Some very important San Bernardinians were on that committee. Some of the most important San Bernardinians in this time. And you wasted it. Because they were all caught off guard by your 45-day moratorium. Where did that come from? Did you direct that after you saw that it wasn't going the way you wanted, Mr. Mayor? We don't always get what we want in life. Sometimes we have to compromise. That's what life is about, compromise. Coming up with the best of all and making the best for everybody. Now, I think what you need to do is to make an alternative motion and strike this 45-day moratorium out of it, and then accept what the recommendations from the committee. That would be proper. They didn't bring up that 45-day moratorium. You did. Wouldn't have been necessary if you would have been following and listening to the cannabis community for the last 5 years. We've been trying to tell you this. Now it's being forced on you. You have lawyers making you look dumb. Did you just hear what he said? Instead of gaining money, you're going to lose it for us. Okay, here's the other thing. We calculated up how much tax dollars the city got from that one illegal grow right next to the San Bernardino Police Department. How much money have you accepted from the cannabis community, these illegal grows? How much money has Edison got? How come you're not looking into them? That money's illegal, right? You're laundering the money for them? That 7.5% tax is marijuana money. It's just added all into the grand scheme of things. But I'm sure if you flew over this city with thermal aircraft, you knew exactly where and how many grows are in our city. And each one of those, now some of them are illegally set up, but some of them aren't. And we still get tax dollars from them. So the cannabis community has helped our city through the back door for how long? Because we are the cannabis capital of the world. And we still are. Obviously, they're shutting down huge grows across the street from the police department. Now, how does that sound? The only thing that sounds worse than that is having our first cannabis dispensary at a strip club. Now, I told you this, Mr. Mayor. You're working on so hard on being not the marijuana mayor, you ended up being the strip club marijuana mayor. And I promise you, you keep going this direction, it's going to equal failure. You want to win things, don't go down this road. I'm not a bad guy. I love this city with all my heart. And marijuana is not bad. And I am not a liar. And you will not call me one. You will tell the truth when you come up here during a meeting. You should always come up and tell the truth because you swore to tell the truth. And 98% of us are not liars. We came here because we believe in what we were talking about here. We think cannabis can help this community, and you should listen to us. And we voted on it, and you still aren't listening to us. So this goes to every one of you. I'm watching. And they're all watching too. Thank you very much.
Paul Galindo.
Thank you very much, esteemed council, for having me here today and allowing us to be able to speak on cannabis. You don't know who I am, but my name is Paul Galindo. I'm the president of Go Green Consultants. We're an energy assets management firm. We work in renewable energy. I want to tell you two stories first, and I'll get to the point because I know you've been here a long time and everybody else has been here a long time. 8 years ago, my brother was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, stage 5. He was only 37 years old. He had a 5-year-old little boy. And my father's a minister. On my dad's side, they're all pastors. On my mom's side, they're all pastors as well. And I know that was expected of me, but at the time I wasn't involved in the ministry. My brother was dying. It was really sad. They put him in hospice, and he calls me into his room, and he says, "Hey, bro." And I go, "What?" And he says, "Man," he says, "you know what I would love for you to do?" And I go, "What?" He says, "Roll me a fatty." And I said, "What?" He goes, "Roll me a fatty." He takes out from underneath his bunk bed, and he takes out this, or his bed, and he takes out this cigar box that had a lock on it. And he says, "Roll one and smoke it with me." And I'm like, "Frank, I can't do that with you. You know, I'm a Christian. I don't do that stuff. You know, I used to." And he says, "Come on, bro, will you do it with me?" So I decided to do it. I sat down with him, I rolled it with him, and I smoked it with him. And it was something that I did, and to be honest with you, it's probably one of the best memories I've ever had doing that with my brother, because seeing his pain, the pain that he was going through from cancer, because he's dying, that he just had a moment of peace. And it really touched me. And I didn't feel guilty walking out of there. It was a memory that I'll never forget. As a matter of fact, when he passed, he didn't leave me his estate or his money, but he left me that cigar box. I don't know why. But it's in my room, and I look at it, in this cannabis issue in talking to him about it, when I talk to him about it. I see the good that it does. Whether I believe in it or whether that's irrelevant. I know that it helps people, and I know that it's people that need it. So I'm speaking from that vein. And so because of that, I work in politics. I do consulting, and I've worked with some consultants in Sacramento that have created a model. It's a private model, but it's a model that creates a cannabis incubator. The cannabis incubator, what they do is they go into cities, they find out where the ordinances are allowing them to grow cannabis, and they'll go buy a building, and the building is 100, 200,000 square feet. They go in and they restore it, they rehab it, they put in environmental controls, they use solar panels, which they buy from us, thank God, that help them to reduce the energy costs and everything else. And what they do is they turn a cannabis center into a turnkey center that allows for oil extractions. It allows for dispensaries. Believe it or not, there's 4 or 5 dispensaries running out of one of these centers. They have grows where people are having 50,000 square foot grows, 100,000 square foot grows. They're very conscious on using organic fertilizer, using organic pesticides. Anyways, looking at this, and they had never invited me to help them to do the model, but they're a group that I work with until they needed money. They said, hey, we need money. We know that you work in finance. And I said, yeah. I brought financiers from Silicon Valley. When they saw the model, they were like, we want in. Because what they were doing is they were buying these facilities and they were subleasing them to people that couldn't afford to infrastructure to grow properly with all the regulations that was going on. And they facilitated those facilities for them, and those properties are going up 5 times more in value. They bought it for like $1.2 million. Now it's valued at $6 million. And you'll see the rents are going up, which to me is kind of backwards. We're trying to stop the illicit market, but we're encouraging them because the state is going to take a chunk, and when the feds finally get their heads straight, they're going to be taking a tax. And then eventually cities will take tax. And then these property values are so high that in order for cannabis cultivators or extractors or whatever to make money, they have to sell their cannabis at a very high rate in order to do that, and that just opens up the market for the illicit market. Why? Because they don't have to follow rules. They don't have to go do things the right way, so they can sell their cannabis for a lot cheaper. That's something to think about. So I think it's important that this is handled right. So I want to bring that solution to you. That solution is to create, and I got you handouts. I don't know if you can pass them out to the city council members. You can read them when you want to. I promise I'm not going to take up a lot of your time. But it is an integrated cannabis incubator. What I'm proposing to the city is to do the same thing that these entrepreneurs are doing, for the city to have its own facility. And we're talking real estate. We're not talking about the city to get into the cannabis business and start selling cannabis. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a state-of-the-art facility that would allow small business to come in, people that can't afford infrastructure, community gardens, workforce development. We've looked at this model, and I've looked at it over and over again. It can create 250-plus jobs in the community, and we have other parties, the California State Hispanic Chamber. We have other parties that are expertise in workforce development that are willing to train people for best practices, and at the same time, a national entity, which I cannot divulge at this time, that is willing to come in and help write ordinances for the city that would match this. What are the benefits to the city? It's kind of like the cart before the horse. How do you fund oversight? How can you expect what you cannot inspect? The only way you can expect something is if you inspect it. And if you don't have enough code enforcement, if the police department, after January 1st, I guarantee you the police department is going to be a lot more busier on calls because people are going to think it's okay to grow. And it's not fair to the legitimate business people that are here. How many of you are legitimate business people that are willing to pay taxes and do things the right way? We have to give that space to them. And so what my recommendation is a turnkey solution where the city would actually own the facility and have a management company that would come in and do oversight and have people who are already doing workforce development, agencies that are already doing this, come in and help us do best practices, and then have ordinances that are created to mirror that, to help out cannabis entrepreneurs or people that are already growing. And I can only imagine that that it would be a lot more easier oversight because you're putting it into an incubator that is manageable. Right now, there's a tsunami that is not that is not here, that is not coming in the future. It's already here. How do we put a handle in this industry? This is the first wave of the tsunami. First, all these consultants are going to come in and try to make money. So if you think that's what my intention is, you're wrong. I want to create more jobs. Could this city use 250 more jobs? Could it be use people that want a skilled workforce and have benefits and be able to get medical insurance and all that? I think that's awesome. To create a world-class system that the rest of the state will look at and say, wow, San Bernardino got it right. That's expandable, that underwrites all the code enforcement officers, that underwrites law enforcement. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about something different, a community that's working together. I worked with the California Hispanic Chamber. They told me specifically, we love the idea because we can help by training entrepreneurs how to start off in the cannabis industry and practice best practices. We'd like to do it on a point system so they show responsibility. When the city is ready to expand, there'll be opportunity for these people that demonstrate it, that they're willing to do it the right way to keep going forward. I think it's something to look at. This is based not only on owning the property, which would be, you would probably think there would be a drain, but no. It would actually go up in value. And a percentage lease, the city cannot get into the cannabis business, but it is legal to have a percentage lease of whatever is being sold, the city would get a percentage of. They would help underwrite these programs. I think that it's something that's responsible. I think that it's something that you could look into, something that is manageable. We need to put a handle on it. We need to make it manageable. No matter how much somebody doesn't want it or doesn't agree with it, it's here. You cannot unscramble the egg. And about the state regulations, I just want to correct, and I'm not going against you, I just want to correct something. Those are called emergency regulations, which means they're regulations that are being put under haste. And guess what? The state is already getting a lion's share of the tax money. They don't care about how you're going to handle it because the burden lays on the city. So it's important for the city, for us to work together as a community and put something together that works, that is manageable, with manageable growth. And I'm not saying just keep it there because that might scare a lot of people. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about creating something that's world-class, that we can expand and expand and expand and expand. And what it does is it helps to underwrite so that you can inspect what you expect. I think that's important. That's all I have to say. I don't know if any of the council members have any questions.
Thank you. Barbara Babcock.
Nine years ago, I almost died. I was very proud of myself because having broken my back over 20 years ago, an 1,800-pound horse threw itself on top of me. And when I came to, that horse was rolling back and forth. And I was so proud of myself because 9 years ago I had gotten off of all the drugs that the doctors were prescribing me. And I was taking just enough over-the-counter medicine, ibuprofen, that just about killed me. I ended up with a bleeding ulcer, didn't realize what was going on. And after 5 transfusions at the regional hospital, I heard the doctor say, if this next transfusion doesn't take, she's gone. And I prayed. And I said, dear God, I'm ready to go. But if you have use for me to do something left, you have to turn this around because nobody else can do it. And you know what? On that 6th transfusion, my blood started going back up. I remember about 2 years ago, we had a meeting right in this room, and it was one of the groups that was talking about cannabis. And I told my story, and I talked about, because like the mayor many of us come from religious backgrounds. I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, and believe me, Adventists are not into pot and that kind of stuff. But you know what? Like I told that group that day, my church does not dictate to me what I do. And that day I talked, and I don't like to get emotional, it's not me. But that day when I walked out, I had 4 or 5 people go, "Hey, Barbara, you want to try something?" I go, "No, I don't have my license yet to be able to take it." And I was sitting in the car, and somebody says, "I would like you just to try this." And it was a liquid form. And I was so beyond shocked. I mean, because I have had constant pain for the last 20-some years. Within about 5 to 8 minutes, about half of my pain had subsided. The throbbing stopped. I see some people at the dais smiling. That's fine. Cannabis is here to stay. It's the only thing that helps me that does not affect me in other ways. I was never addicted to Vicodin. Emotionally, I always knew I had to have 1 or 2, but it never really helped the pain. It just masked it. But we are going to have cannabis in this city, and it's either going to be done in a well-regulated way with really good quality control, or it's not going to be. I don't take ibuprofen anymore. Somebody that probably couldn't afford it paid for me to have my medical evaluation, and it was a joke. You know what? Most of these places are rip-offs, but it really helps those that need it. So you know what helps me now? And I don't do cigarettes. I did the PR for Dr. Linda Ferry for 15 years, who's the #1 stop smoking expert in the country, if not the world. And so I would just never do that, but I hope it's not illegal to do this. I have 2 little vapors. And I'm showing you what I do. And it helps me. It stops my pain. And I think we've got to stop putting the blinders on our eyes on this city commission, city council. It's one thing if you guys do a 45-day hold. I have even heard that it's going to be like a 10-month. That is totally unacceptable. We need to do the right thing for people. And it's craziness to think that people are not going to be smoking. And I'll tell you, there are about 3 places in town that are really, really good. And when I can't afford it, one time I went in and I gave them some money, and the guy says, "I've heard about you." I said, who hasn't, you know? I'm Barbara Babcock. And he says, "Your money's no good today." There are some places here that I would shut down in a heartbeat because they are idiots and they are crooks. But there are some good people, and we want the good people with good quality regulation to do this. My church does not dictate what I do. My conscience does. And I just ask you guys to please look at what can be done in a legitimate fashion. People's lives are at stake, and we can do better for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Nasser Assimi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Nasser Azimi, President of Ohana Operations. We are a vertically integrated cannabis operator. We are an incubator with presence up and down the state, San Diego, Sacramento, Bay Area. Really enjoyed Paul's story with regards to the incubator program. And we do basically team up with local jurisdictions to incubate operators, local operators, into full business and technology and operational capacity using cultivation and manufacturing and mobile dispensary solutions that we specialize in. So that was a great story. And to be honest with you, to hear the community members to support cannabis to the extent that they do, it's music to our ears. Legalization is the way to go. And I tell you why. Because as legalization is basically delayed with moratoriums and other stopgaps, which is clearly not good government policy, your citizens are subjected to untested and harmful medicine. You know, there are a lot of illegal operators that do not go through the due diligence that these legal operators do in other jurisdictions. So any further delays is really causing significant social issues for your communities. As I mentioned, we are specializing in mobile solutions. I sent you all a letter that highlights that. We're pleased to see that the city is moving towards legalization with regards to the recommendations that are being made. But one critical element that was left out is delivery that essentially helps folks in low-income communities, persons with disabilities, and elder adults. Folks that have transportation issues do not have a way to go to a storefront. So what do? They resort to underground, untested medicine. I strongly urge you to consider a mobile or delivery solution. Governor Brown caught on to that with regards to the dilemma that was causing other states an issue in the communities that I just mentioned. He quickly created Type 9 non-storefront delivery models that is now an official state permit, and you should consider legalizing those entities in that regard. Eliminating delivery is a fatal mistake. Directing delivery to storefronts only is also going to limit that. If Amazon and Walmart are any indications, Walmart leans more towards attracting folks to their storefront to support their brick-and-mortar investment. Amazon, on the other hand, is very nimble, very flexible, and scales its operation on a dime. Why? Because that's what they specialize in, and eliminating delivery is definitely going to do your community a disservice, in particular the disadvantaged neighborhoods and other areas that have transportation issues. Besides that, delivery is a perfect entry level into the cannabis industry. If you want to legalize and bring your underground folks out of the mix, you should consider delivery because it requires the least amount of capitalization. It's virtually invisible to the public, and it gets the least amount of pushback from the community because those delivery operators can essentially run their business from industrial facilities with no signage, nothing. It's called non-storefront for that purpose. So from a social equity standpoint, which essentially all other jurisdictions are going through, Sacramento, Oakland, LA, and San Diego, delivery is clearly the best model because it does get folks legalized with the least amount of capitalization. That's an element that we specialize in. We would love to come to the city of San Bernardino and set up shop and incubate your local underground folks into cultivation, manufacturing, and mobile dispensary solutions so long as you guys legalize it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Senator Oliva Owens.
as she's coming to the podium, I just wanted to also note, he did provide a letter to the mayor and the council, and that's at your dais. So there's a letter, and I believe also, and also a other attachment from Boyd Law that, again, you want distributed.
So we did discuss, I was on the committee, we did discuss delivery. So maybe Carmel or Robert or some of the others that were there for every meeting can go over that with you. Okay. The only comment I really had as a committee member is that I think every one of you made a good choice in who you picked. Because we did have a lot of conversations and it went in a lot of different directions. But there were people that were totally against everything. But we had good conversations. And I think that that was what the citizens wanted from us. Because the first thing we were called were a kangaroo court. That was the very first thing we were called once they saw the names on that list. But we gained the respect of the citizens of this city. I will tell you, I've talked to over 2,000 citizens in the city, in the first ward. From business owners, to people who want it, to people who don't want it, to ministers. And those are the people I sat in that chair and spoke for. So I would hope, as one of the committee members, that you would take very seriously the recommendations that we put forward, because we truly do believe in them, and we spent a lot of time. And now I understand why you guys appointed us, because it's very time-consuming, and we only tackled 4 subjects. Okay, so please take it very seriously, what we recommended to you. That's all I had to say as a committee member.
Thank you. James Penman.
Thank you, Mayor Davis and members of the council. For those of us who've spent most of their careers fighting corrupt government, I always find it interesting when I hear people speaking and making assumptions that everything that's happening is happening because of corruption. There's certainly been a lot of corruption over the years in the city of San Bernardino. And our office, when I was city attorney, we certainly brought a lot of that to the public eye. And we put quite a few people ended up in prison, including council members and others, because of things that we did. But I think there's some misconceptions about what's going on here tonight. As I hear people talking about what you want the council to do, because of the existence of Measure O, the city council's hands are tied. The city council cannot authorize anything new in terms of allowing new marijuana businesses or dispensaries, collectives. The two gentlemen that spoke about the ideas they have for the city to get involved and so forth, council members might think that's great, but they don't have the authority because Measure O is in effect. And Measure O took that authority away from the city council. Since I left office in November of 2013, I've maintained a relationship with most of the council members who were here when I was, and I've developed relationships with most of the new council members. In fact, there's only one member that I don't probably talk to a few times a year. Our firm, private practice now, Milligan, Beswick, Levine, and Knox, is involved in the current litigation. And we represent AMF 1278, a business here in San Bernardino that is not zoned for marijuana under Measure O, and we represent a resident of the city of San Bernardino, longtime resident who owns property that is not zoned, and they cannot operate marijuana there even if they wanted to. But the impact is not just that they can't grow or sell marijuana, their property values are affected, because property that is listed in Measure O specifically is worth far more than property that isn't. And if you're not listed in Measure O, your property, in terms of going up, is not going to go up anywhere near the rise that can be expected and realized by those who are. Now, when the voters passed Measure O, they were not told the truth about Measure O. They were told, if we pass Measure O, we can have...
Mr. Penn, excuse me, sorry to interrupt you. Were you sworn in?
I was.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, Your Honor. Your Honor, of course I was sworn in. You know I wouldn't not do that. I stood right there and raised my hand, and Ms. Hannah looked right at me, and I took the oath, as I did 7 times in front of a mayor and council here. I took the oath again. So, if I can handle the interruption and get back to my train of thought, which I'll do in a moment. The voters were not told that Measure O was put together and passed by a very small group of people, about 4 or 5 people and an attorney. And they put it together because they wanted to create a monopoly on the marijuana business in the city of San Bernardino. But the voters never knew that. The city didn't know that. The city council was not told, hey, there's a problem with this ordinance. We need to get out there and let the people know what it really does, because if this ordinance passes, there's about 5 or 6 people who are going to be able to get marijuana licenses, and one of them is the Flesh Club, the strip club, and you can't do anything about it. The council won't be able to do anything about it. The city council has no authority to deny a permit to any qualified applicant listed under Measure O. And guess what? Flesh Club is listed. And the owner of the Flesh Club was one of the sponsors and financiers of Measure O and of the political campaign that got it passed. And that's why they have a marijuana license. Not because these people wanted to give them one, because I can tell you that they did not. Why would they want to give a strip club that the city fought successfully all the way to the California Supreme Court overturned a verdict against the city of $45 million and got that place closed for 9 months. And then when it reopened, it could no longer be a nude bar. It could no longer be a house of prostitution. It reopened with orders from the court that there could be no contact between the dancers and the patrons. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to give them a license to sell marijuana. Come on. You guys are up here attacking the wrong people. It's my opinion, this is just an opinion, that the majority of the members of this council would vote today to legalize marijuana in this city, to come up with reasonable rules, and to accept the money that would come to the city gladly if they had the power to do so. Now, there was a time when councils would not have done that, but they will now. And you know why they will? Because Measure O, over 55% of the voters said yes. They're politicians. They understand that. 55% of the voters. Hey, that's the majority. I'm not going to go against 55% of the voters. If that's what they want, I may not like it. I may think it's a bad idea. I may be aware of studies that show that young people whose frontal lobes are not fully developed and who ingest marijuana can have those frontal lobes retarded. And there are a lot of studies that show that. That doesn't matter. What's happening in San Bernardino? Measure O passed. A zoning monopoly was created. 5 or 6 people who control a few properties are the only ones who can get licenses, and these guys don't have the power to do that. They can't do what you want them to do. They don't have the power. Measure O tied their hands. They don't have that authority anymore. Now, Measure O is being challenged in court. Our firm is one of the ones that's challenging it. And we're challenging it, yes, because our clients, it's a financial situation. They want their property to be, I'm not going to come up here and say, well, we're not interested in the money. You know, as President Theodore Roosevelt would say, bull feathers. They want their property to be able to go up in value as much as the property 2 blocks away that is listed in Measure O. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Do they want to sell marijuana at their place? One might not. That's not the point. The point is Measure O has taken control of this city. Now, there's no problem getting marijuana in the city of San Bernardino. We've got over 40 illegal dispensaries operating now. And you're talking about the tax dollars that are going to come down? None of those 40 dispensaries are going to pay tax dollars because they're not here legally. There's one legal dispensary in operation, and that's the Flesh Club. That's it. And they've got the monopoly. And you guys are hounding the wrong squirrel here, or whatever you want to call it, because these guys can't do anything about it. Now, when our clients found out what was really going on with Measure O, they hired us to file a lawsuit to stop it. They had hoped that the city would file the lawsuit, that the city would come forward and say, hey, we're your representatives, voters, you know, we don't ever want to go against what you want. And we are not here to go against what you want, but we know now, we didn't know it then, but we know now what you didn't know when you voted, that Measure O tied our hands, and Measure O prevented almost everybody in the city from having property where marijuana can be legally grown or sold pursuant to a license from the city. After we filed our lawsuit, we contacted the city. And we said, come on, guys, join us. Join us and oppose this monopoly. It is illegal. This ordinance was passed with a lot of money by a small group of people, and they got control of the marijuana business in the city. And these guys had the guts to do that. And I'm going to tell you, having been an elected official for 26 years, it is very hard when your constituents pass an ordinance for you to go to court and try to turn that ordinance around. But they did it for the best interest of this community. That's what they did. And they have filed legal paperwork challenging Measure O. And because they've done that, our clients, AMF 1278 and Citizen Wendy McCamick, have authorized us to dismiss our lawsuit. And today I received the final written authorization from my clients to do that. And we will be dismissing it tomorrow or the next day. And we're dismissing it because the city is now carrying that burden. The city is doing what it should be doing. The city attorney has excellent people in his office. Jolena Greider is top-notch. Stephen Graham is top-notch. I can say that because I hired them both. And they can handle the lawsuit as well as anybody. But I will next tell you another problem. It is very difficult to get a Superior Court judge to set aside a voter-approved initiative. This is no slam-dunk court case. It's going to be very tough for any judge who has to face the voters, him or herself, or potentially face them every 4 years, to say, this Measure O is wrong. The voters weren't told the truth, and I'm going to overturn it. I feel somewhat comfortable making these comments because I'm going to be dismissing my lawsuit in a day or two, and I've already informed everybody, and the court is aware of that as well. If Measure O is not overturned, all of the things you've all said, they won't be able to do anything about them. Not a thing. They can't do taxes. They can't do fees. They can't bring you on board. They can't bring the other gentleman on board. They don't have the authority to do it. Their hands are tied. They are stuck. The city did go bankrupt. They don't want to go bankrupt again. They need money, and these people are smart enough that they understand that one of the few potential revenue sources is marijuana. Now, a lot of them don't use marijuana. Maybe none of them do. I don't know. I'm not that close to them. But I can tell you, we live in the state of California, and California is legalizing marijuana. It's pretty much happened. And the voters of this city have done it. And that's what's going to happen. And those, even if I'm one of them who don't think that's a good idea, hey, majority rules. And that's the way it is. So they've got a tough road to go ahead of them. The trial may or may not start on December 28th. I doubt a court decision will come down until sometime in January at the earliest, if it starts then. This urgency ordinance, for those of you who are arguing against it, I know if you understood what's going on, you would be up here telling them to pass it. Because if they don't have an ordinance in place by the end of this month, come January 1, they can't do anything. Regardless of what happens with Measure O, in certain respects, their hands are tied. They need to buy the time to see what's going to happen in court with Measure O. Because if Measure O is overturned, then their hands are free again. And then they can listen to all of you and do some of the things you want them to do. But until then, they cannot do what you want them to do. They don't have that authority. The urgency ordinance satisfies California law. It will freeze the current situation. And what's more, if Measure O is knocked out, they can come back next month and amend the urgency ordinance and start implementing some of the things that you're talking about if they decide that that's what's in the best interest of the city. But if Measure O isn't set aside, they can't do that. This urgency ordinance, this moratorium, is essential to them being able to maintain that authority. Now, could it have been better written? I don't know. I just saw it for the first time tonight. I've skimmed through it. I admit I haven't read it thoroughly the way I would as a lawyer normally if I had seen it earlier. But that's the only ordinance on the agenda tonight. And I've worked with councils many years. They're not going to go in and try to amend this thing tonight, even if they think some of the things you're saying are good, because they don't have the time to process all of that. They've got to get something on the books. This is the last council meeting of the month. I think it is, isn't it? That's what I meant, of the year. Thank you for correcting me. Of the year. They've got to pass it tonight. And they've got to pass it by a 4/5 vote. Now, I'm no longer at the beck and call of the mayor and council, but I am at the beck and call of the president and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. And I'm supposed to be home by now. So I'm not going to be around here after I finish my comments, regardless of what you do. But I hope when I pick up the paper in a day or two and read that you unanimously approved this ordinance that needs four-fifths vote, because that will make a much stronger statement to the court than a divided vote. All you're doing is freezing the status quo and giving yourselves the opportunity, if Measure O is set aside, to act. If this isn't passed tonight, you tie your hands. Now, that would be foolish, guys. I mean, that people then could come down and say some things about you that weren't very nice, and they'd be right about it. I'm not passing this urgency ordinance. Finally, enforcement of whatever ban you're going to do. And I understand the ordinance saying it's going to ban marijuana until you can get something going, and I think you're going to get something going. I don't know what it's going to be, and I'm going to be in here arguing for my clients, just like the other lawyers are. And by the way, don't get off on this. We lawyers are going to break you, we're going to bankrupt you. Bull feathers. I had lawyers threaten me with that for the last 37 years that I've been a lawyer, and all my years as city attorney, and I never saw the city. We didn't go bankrupt because of lawsuits. And we got told time and again we were going to go bankrupt if we didn't do this and we didn't do that. These guys don't know what's going to happen. And courts don't like to award judgments against cities because they're, in effect, awarding judgments against taxpayers and you guys because you're the ones that end up paying the money. It doesn't come out of their pockets. It comes out of your pockets. The judge knows that. The appellate court knows that. I can tell you, we got hit with attorney fees a few times, but I never saw these huge, horrible attorney fees that we were threatened with. So when a lawyer gets up here and tells you that sounds good. Part of it is what's called, in the legal profession, we call that a fee pitch. It's something you say for your client's benefit, and they're sitting in the audience. And you get up here and you harangue and you pound your fist and you threaten. And, boy, your client feels good about that. Boy, you see the way he knocked them, you know. Hey, it ain't going to work. They're not scared. They're not scared of lawyers. It doesn't come out of their pocket. They've got a job to do, elected by the voters to do it. And most of them are on your side, I think, in terms of understanding the political reality that marijuana is legal in California now, and it's going to be legal in one form or another in the city. And if the form in which it's legal is Measure O, then 5 or 6 guys are going to make a lot of money and nobody else is. But you need to enforce the ban, and that's what other cities are doing. But they're enforcing the ban because they can put fees, excuse me. Sorry, Judy, I'm sure you're watching this at home and you're going to chew me out tonight. I didn't wear a tie either. You've got to enforce it. Now, someone said, we closed them down. We did. We were one of the few cities that wasn't getting money from already existing marijuana things to close them down. We waited until the Supreme Court made their decision in the case of Riverside. We went out, I think 2 days later. We closed them all. Some of them started reopening. We had a list of those. The police department had the list. We were ready to hit them again. Some things happened in November that changed that. That's all water under the bridge. But you're going to have to close them down, because if you're charging these people fees, and they're paying you the kind of money that I think they're going to be paying you, you're going to have a problem if you're not finding a way to close the illegal ones down, and you've got to do that. But nobody in San Bernardino right now is suffering because of an illness, because there's no place to get marijuana. I mean, I drive down the street, and the Flesh Club has just painted the whole building green. Heck with putting up a green sign, they've put it up. Mayor, I'm very sympathetic to your position, actually both on religious grounds and on the grounds of what I said before about young people. But it's going to happen. And you can't, those of us who might feel like you do, we don't have the power to stop it. It's happening now in this city, and it's happening illegally. And you need to be in charge of it. Because I can tell you a high percentage of people buying that marijuana are high school kids. And I've seen them lined up waiting for these places to open. I see it on Highland Avenue. They're getting it now. And this fiction of the city banning it and preventing these kids from getting it, Mayor, I'm sorry, it's a fiction. Go out there on Highland Avenue. The police will give you their list. The city attorney, I assume, will give you the list. Has it? Where they are. Just go sit and watch Sunday. You'll see them right after school. there's a constant traffic of kids. Not at all of the places. Some of the places don't allow kids, and my hat's off to them. But there are a lot of places where you'll see kids under 18 going in and buying them. All the time school gets out until late evening. It's going on here. It's going on under your aegis, and something needs to be done about it. If you're as tired of listening as I am of talking, I've overstayed my welcome. I hope you vote yes on this urgency ordinance. City needs it. They need it in court. The judge will be impressed with a 7-zip vote. He'll be less impressed if it's 6-1 or 5-2. And your constituents will be well served if you vote to pass it. There is nothing good for them if you vote it down, because you just tie your hands even further. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We have a motion? Yeah. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the speakers that came up here. I want to also thank the committee. Damon, are you still here? Can you come up to the podium? I have a question for you. And Sandy, thank you for being part of the committee. I know you guys worked hard. I attended 3 out of the 5 meetings, and I could tell that you guys were struggling to come up with a product that would come to us. Damon, I do have a specific question for you. Aside from having to wait for the decision from the judge on the 28th of this month, what other issues does the committee still need to be resolved?
We were looking at, if we did get, how would the city approve particular dispensaries and/or manufacturing? Point system, lottery system, what type of system? Because we don't know what type of system, and we didn't get a chance to delve into that particular type of what kind of system and what's best and what's fair. Because we didn't know if a lottery system's fair or a point system, because point system you can control better, the city can control better what it wants to do, so they don't paint giant green buildings which will stand out.
Right.
A point system will stop that kind of stuff.
I see.
Who's going to approve the application? The police commission. We were talking about maybe the police commission, how it's going to be approved. Maybe it could be done through that commission. And just a few items like that we didn't get a chance to address and bring before you. So you can keep that in mind.
So there are a few items that still need to be addressed as a committee. And I could tell that your work was not done. Just a ballpark figure, how long do you think it'll take, more meetings before those issues can come up to us? A month, 2 months? 45 days?
Based on how many meetings a week? No. We meet once a week. Do we need or meet once a month? Is that what you're suggesting?
No. I'm suggesting every week, 2 or 3 months.
I just want to make a distinction. At least the items that he's referred to are those things that the council may, after you have the court decision, you may choose to give back to the committee.
As an assignment.
As an assignment, because what he's talking about is really something that at this point anyway.
Right, it's not
within the
it's not
scope.
an issue, right.
And I will just refresh everyone's recollection. You gave them that scope based on the fact that we have current regulations in place, and you weren't sure what was going to occur with those. The other thing, you gave them the tight time frame, not because you wanted to rush the committee's work, but because you knew that there were some things that needed to be addressed.
Immediately.
So I would just keep that in mind as
Sure.
you're talking about a further scope. You really do need to understand and have some clarity from the court before you can really assign them any further tasks.
Right. I think that the big date for the city is December the 28th to determine what direction we should take in the future.
And if even then, we'll need to go to that court date hearing to really know what the resolution is.
It might be even delayed further. We don't know that.
Actually, we don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Damon.
Councilmember Mulvihill. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to move the recommendations here. I'd like to move that we receive and file the recommendations of Citizens Advisory Committee on Marijuana. We adopt the interim ordinance, urgency ordinance of 45 days. we adopt a resolution authorize city manager to notify the California Department of Cannabis Control of the City of San Bernardino of the City of San Bernardino's cannabis ordinance pursuant to the Business and Professions Section 26, as stated.
Councilman Valdivia.
Yeah, Andrea, I have a couple of questions. I appreciate Councilman Nichols' desire for the ongoing purview of the commission to understand and provide some recommendations. I don't see it as a long-term type of focus. This is a specially called committee, ad hoc, for the purposes of bringing forth recommendations to the council so that we ultimately make the decision.
Right.
I think we needed to provide leadership for our community. This is critically important. These are issues of health, safety, and welfare and well-being of our community. And it's time that the council take full authority of this and lead with confidence upon some recommendations set forth by the commission. We've had several opportunities last year during Legislative Review Committee. Some of these same recommendations that are being heard now were recommended and heard back a year and a half ago. And so I think the time is certainly upon us that we need to take some action. I'll support the stated recommendations. My only position and concern is that this committee continues on with no driver in the seat. It's just, okay, you guys go meet, and I think we need to have a refined focus for them if and when Measure O is invalidated or any portion thereof,
Portions of it.
that we send this committee a clear, definitive scope on providing some recommendations. The flip side of that is that we risk the costs associated with additional HDL consulting fees. I know that we have $50,000 or up to $50,000. So those are concerning items to me that we just continue to labor in this ad hoc committee, utilize committee time, citizen time. They met for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks consistently on a Monday. And so I don't know that any of the commissioners necessarily signed up for it to come and meet weekly. So that is a concern for me. I think bringing this back home to us, we need to make a decision. I attended in Sacramento a couple of weeks ago the Municipal Cannabis Commission and understood in the Sacramento City Council chambers it was a long 8-hour session, and I was able to assess and kind of synthesize some of the commission's recommendations on this. I think it's prudent that the committee or this council certainly adopt the 45-day moratorium, but I do have some questions on the 45-day moratorium. The 45-day moratorium is simply a suggestion, and so as I look at my calendar, we have June 3rd, June 17th, and then there's that fifth Wednesday. I'm sorry, January. January 3rd and January 17th, and then there's a fifth Wednesday in the month of January. I don't think anything is so sacred that we need to have a 45-day hold on this. Could we possibly just say that this expires on the 31st with the council making actions prior to that? What is so significant of 45 days?
Well, I would suggest that you maybe reword it slightly so that the council and certainly the city attorney's office can chime in too, so that it's 45 days or at the time where the council, provides further direction. Because again, I hope I get the sense that everyone is committed to working on this diligently, but you may want to give yourself the full amount of time. But you can have a caveat in there that if for some reason you don't need the
So
time.
the 45th day is February 3rd, and that's a Saturday. So that does us no good. So let's use pragmatism here, and
It starts as soon as it is adopted by the council.
so today through 45 days, and that's February 3rd or so. So my idea is,
Go ahead.
my idea would be, let's tackle this, let's get this done. I'm in agreement with, the staff recommendation on the moratorium. Certainly provides a flag down on some of the important issues that we can certainly revisit as time goes by. But the recommendations from the committee, they're in our backup material. We're not even discussing them tonight, which is, I think, we're essentially saying, okay, we're going home tonight without even discussing some of those issues. So I'm a little apprehensive that we're not even talking and discussing those in detail, or that there's no staff presentation on the 5 items that they recommended, 5 topics.
We can certainly go through those if you would like. The other suggestion is, the council may want to have a special meeting
I think that's
in January.
Well, and that would be my recommendation, is that we assess all of our options in a special workshop, specially called council meeting, on this particular isolated issue.
And I think it's really important that when we do that we talk about where we are and what you can and can't do, because Mr. Penman raised some points. I mean, there are certain actions that you cannot take at this point because we don't know what's occurring with Measure O. We won't have that any definitive answer at the earliest till later this month. So, again, I think that workshop should start, where are we currently, what can we do, what can we not do, and then walk through
Well, and I know it's tempting to put other items on that calendar, but I think it should be unique and sole, no closed session. Let's just talk about this issue and how it affects. My other question is, if this moratorium were to take place and the council were to enact it, what are the enforcement tools and mechanisms associated with the enforcement component on events? Just last week, the National Orange Show, again, had a rave. They'll have another one coming up. Okay, so we passed this moratorium, and there's no, is this events in general, or is this cannabis-related events only?
It's cannabis-related events.
Okay, all right.
And we will notify them of the moratorium.
And what if they say, so what, come and get us? What actions do we have?
It's a violation of the San Bernardino Municipal Code, and as the council is aware, we've talked extensively. We are working to become a much more proactive agency to deal with code violations and hold people accountable for the laws of our community. So,
yeah, well, I think it's critically, I do think that we ought to also consider all the 18 buckets of MRSA. I don't know if the recommendations go so far and specific, but including delivery services, I think it's critical that we understand all of our options, the taxation component, and see how that we can capture it, if it's the will of the council, how best to control and mitigate a certain number, and then use enforcement tools with the monies derived to shut down those other dispensaries. It's critically important that this council take leadership and that we move forward in an expeditious manner. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Schreck.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with just about everything that's been said here tonight. I did push my button to second Jim's recommendation that we take these 3. I'm looking at my calendar, and the 3rd is on a Saturday in February. The next meeting would be on the 7th. I don't know if we can extend it to the 7th and just make that the date. I mean, that's a few extra days.
The 45 days is set by state law.
That's set by state law. Okay, so, but we do have the ability. We do have the ability to extend, as I'm understanding. We do have the ability to extend 10 months and 15 days. But so we could extend 5 days if we need it. We don't have to do it 10 months.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to stick with the 45 days as far as I'm concerned. I'm not going to support changing that. I will say that we've got to work very diligently on this. I'm going to have a real hard time extending this beyond 45 days. Certainly, the outcome of the litigation on hopefully the 28th is going to tell us a lot.
Right.
And I've been just back and forth here tonight. I understand that the committee was not really made aware of the extension. Kind of laid that on them at the last minute, the last meeting, and they weren't really in support of it. And my first thought was I wasn't in support of it. It's time to, cut bait, as they say, fish or cut bait. But Mr. Penman made some good points that we really, I guess, legally, we can't do anything anyway. So why are we having all this discussion until we know? And that's kind of where I'm coming from. So I'm going to have a real hard time going much beyond a 45-day extension.
Right.
But I will support it tonight.
And again, it's 45 days in the state law. If for some reason you adopt regulations miraculously in advance, well, then we can put those into place immediately. So, right. Again, the other just suggestion that I would make is, we will have to commit to doing this in early January. So, because I think after the workshop, the reality is these will be very complex regulations. And again, we can't presume what's going to happen with respect to the Measure O hearing, but this conceivably could be a very extensive set of regulations, and the city attorney's office will need time to draft those and then have them come back to you. So it needs to be a workshop with potentially then a follow-up meeting.
And if I can just answer Councilman Valdivia's question that he asked me, not on the mic, but if you schedule something and pass something prior to the 45 days, you can do that.
Right.
But we need a first and second reading.
It's already been said, but I think we'll have a lot more information, hopefully by the 28th. It's not a sure thing. But that's the expectation, that we'll have that much more information on the 28th, and that'll free our hands significantly to move forward and hopefully make a decision before the expiration of the 45 days. If we don't, we have the option to do an extension. I know that's not favorable, but that also it may be necessary given what transpires between now and then. So I'm comfortable with the 45 days that we can move forward. And we'll have much more information on the 28th. So,
Councilman Benito Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Whatever we do decide today, it's going to be historical for one, because we're in an opportune position to take the city in the direction a decade ago people would have never thought we'd be making these decisions. And it is important that we do thoroughly look through our options and that we do it right. We have the opportunity to make a world-class plan work for everybody against or for this industry. And I want to ensure that the options presented today by Mr. Galindo and Mr. Azimi, if we can look into them before we get to this workshop, to give us pros and cons on those and say, hey, listen, this is what's good with it, this is what's bad with it, this is what we could change. So we're not behind the ball getting into our first workshop, because there's like 2 seconds on the clock. It's the fourth quarter, and I don't want to lose this game. It's such an important time that we take accountability, but more importantly, we take the responsibility in doing what's best. It is what it is. It's come down to this moment. I can remember 3 years ago telling all my colleagues to get educated on this so that we can move forward with the conversation, but it is what it is. We're here now. We need to become more familiar with state law, how that's going to impact our decision. We need to be thoroughly understand what the future of this can be like if we took the time to do it right, and if hopefully it doesn't take 45 days. But we cannot miss the opportunity to get this thing done right. There's a lot of best practices that we can learn from. There's a lot of attorneys we can learn from about the law, operators that we can learn from the business perspective, and the community as well on how they feel. I know that some of my constituents have said, I don't like it, but tax it and let's get the money at least. And it's much more than that, as you know. But people that, grew up against this have decided as well to, we need to take this opportune time to get it right. And there may be other options out there that we haven't heard. But the ones that were presented tonight, I think we have to do our due diligence and thoroughly look through these plans so that we can become the world-class city that this council is preparing to build in the near future. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. Please cast your votes.
I think the mayor's turned the gavel over to me.
On item
We've got-
32.
We've got one, oh, I'm sorry, for the vote, please, thank you.
We need
Thank
to
you.
announce the vote. On item 32, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. We have one more item. It's item, I've got
Item
ahead of
33.
myself. Item what?
Item 33.
33 that's going to be continued. Is that right?
Don't steal my thunder. I have one good bit
I
of
don't
news
get the mic that
tonight.
much.
No, Mr. Penman is representing Pepe's Toe. He did ask that this item be continued to the 17th of January. So we did agree to accommodate his request, so yes, we will continue this item.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes, please. It's continued.
It continued, yeah.
That concludes the regular meeting.
Read the vote.
Oh,
still.
hurry up.
And Ms. Marquez needs to vote. Okay. On item 33, the move to continue was made by Mr. Mulvihill, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to public comments. First speaker I have here is Scott Olson. Scott, are you going to speak? Look it, I'm giving you special attention. Come on in, come on.
Followed by?
Followed by Wes Bridges. Go ahead, thank you.
I guess I'm lucky, Fred, it's you and not the mayor, huh?
I don't know
anyway,
about that.
You know, at this point in time, I had some other things I wanted to say, but you know, the new year is going to give me a whole lot of opportunities. I've kind of taken a break for the last year from a lot of the politics in the city. I didn't come to a lot of the city council meetings. I didn't speak because, quite honestly, at some point in time, you get tired of saying the same thing over and over again. I don't like looking at myself as Captain Obvious. When it comes to what happened tonight, nowhere in there did I say who should or should not vote one way or the other on this item. What I said was, I am tired of the political games in this city. Okay? The marijuana issue in California and all of that, every city knows about it. Every city has its challenges. I'm sure there are a lot of cities. I've heard of Fontana has issues. Okay? What frustrates me is certain individuals who are elected officials in San Bernardino who time and time again, issue after issue, we're stuck with things at the last moment. Why is it so often we are stuck there, and yet when I talk with other leaders in other cities, it's just not the way they do the business in the city as elected officials? It's what it really comes down to. I was looking forward this year. I had an agenda set out. A lot of my efforts were pulled out of politics, and the fact that I went to work for a nonprofit on the board of directors with the food program, and I will continue to put my time and energy into that one. I also pulled up everything in my political involvement in the city to where I was not actively engaged in a campaign on any elected official in this city. Now, after tonight, there is one person who I'm involved with that I probably will no longer be involved with as far as elected campaigns. Not because of anything between me and that elected person who wants to be elected, but because of the actions of other people and what they did. And I'm not going to make that public. Mom will say it very clearly. Okay? I'm looking at what's going on in the city, and I'm looking at what's coming out of this elected body, and I am mad as hell. I wanted a chance to work with people. I wanted a chance to mend fences. And now I'm getting feedback on my phone and from other sources and all of that. There are certain individuals that I had hoped to work with that are planning to do some very, very nasty things in the city. So I use the marijuana situation to point out and set a platform where my feelings are at. I would much rather work with elected officials, help you get elected, and so on and so forth. But as one of you sitting here has realized, if I get mad and I'm not happy with what you're doing, I am fully capable of taking somebody who has absolutely no clue about politics and getting them politically ready in very short order with one goal. I will replace you, plain and simple. And if I don't, I'll wait until 4 years.
Thank you. Wes Bridges.
All right, well, I'm not going to talk about marijuana. I'm sorry to see some of you have left already. Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Wes Bridges. I've lived here my whole life, fourth generation, in fact. I've owned our house at 490 Edgerton Drive for 15 years. 6 years ago, I received a notice to clear the brush from my property. I always clear my hill every year. I know Little Mountain catches fire somewhere every year. Admittedly, I didn't get to it right away, and I received a second notice 30 days later, and then promptly weed-whacked the hill. I never heard any more about it. I've been inspected in past, previous, and subsequent years, and there's no mention of my property tax bills. But according to the city attorney, they did place a notice on my door and sent me exactly one letter. Regardless, without my knowledge, an administrative civil penalty of $100,000 had accrued on our house, and I did not find out about it until a few days before closing escrow, and we lost the sale of our house. First, let me say I completely agree with these ACP laws. I understand the issues of blight in the city and the issue of absentee owners and unscrupulous property managers. You need these tools to help rebuild the city, but this case is not one of those troubling issues. I am just a simple resident, an auto mechanic, and I'm proud of our home and our city, and I want to continue living here. You recently agreed to lower the penalty to $15,000, which is generous, and I appreciate that. However, that is still a very large amount of money to me and my family. My original offer of $1,500 was genuinely what we could afford. We are not getting rich from this sale. We are essentially selling this house to pay off medical bills. I have shown that this is not an ongoing, repetitive problem, and I have no problem paying a reasonable fine, and I understand that the city would have some costs too, but can we let the punishment fit the crime? I would like to graciously ask the council to please reconsider this case. It would mean a lot to our family and go a long way to improving our well-being. Thank you again for your time. If you have any questions. I don't know if I need to submit another letter to the closed council meeting? Or is
We will contact you,
Okay.
and I'm going to give you my business card before you leave so that you can send me your contact information.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe.
I just wanted to sit here and say that I sat here this whole meeting and I thought about the Melrose that you guys just wanted to put in place. And I thought about it prior to, but there was 728 pages to get through, and you guys don't really, it's a little better, but the publishing is still not, enough time. But what I'd like to say is, we the citizens, or the people who are going to purchase these properties, they should not be tasked with your failure. The reason that we now need Melrose, which I don't know if anybody even realized, but when we annexed the fire department, we gave away every single penny of our property tax dollars. So now we're sitting here in the oh shoot mode, like what are we going to do? And so now we're going to put the burden again on homeowners. Okay, on people who are trying to make the city better. Okay, people are coming here from other cities, and trying to become homeowners because our house prices here, people can afford. But if you go and you throw a $500 tax or a $300 Melrose tax on a $2,500 house payment, imagine what that does to somebody. Maybe they can't get braces for their kid. Okay, and you just said community-wide. It wasn't even just in the 5th Ward. community-wide. I mean, in the second and first ward, who's going to live there to pay Melrose? I mean, I'm a real estate professional. I understand what that is. Okay, it's an additional tax above and beyond the tax you've already put on us, plus the $154 tax that the fire department is getting. And you know what, quite honestly, the county's probably making $14 million off of all of our backs. Okay, it was a bad deal when we did it. I told you guys when we did it. And now we're sitting here having to make regulation and make up new ways to get money out of the people. Because we don't have one dime of our property taxes. I mean, who did that? Oh, I forgot. Wait a minute. It was Alan Parker. Or was it? No, it was you guys who voted to annex the fire department out without fully even going through this, listening to a city manager who really didn't give a damn, who never even followed the charter to live in this city, and made a lot of bad decisions and signed a lot of things that you guys weren't even aware of. Okay, so when you think of what you're doing to people, you guys are putting money on the backs of the people to correct your guys' mistake. And that is not fair, and that is not right. So I have to tell you that. And I also have to tell you, whose job is it to get the street lights on in this city? After 5 years, it shouldn't be dark. Maybe we wouldn't be having so much crime if it wasn't dark in our city. Where does crime go to? It goes to the dark. In the light, there's no crime. Let's get the lights on. I'm sick and tired of driving through this city at pitch black, through intersections, and everywhere you go it is dark. When I take San Bernardino Avenue...
Thank you, your time has expired.
When I take San Bernardino Avenue, I know I'm out of San Bernardino when I hit Redlands because the street lights are on.
Your time
Not
has
cool.
expired, thank you. Robert Porter?
Mr. Council, good people. Not a lot of good people in here left right now. Why? It is freezing in here, team. We're out of bankruptcy. Can we afford a little heat? Please. Oh, yes, I'm freezing. Oh, wow. Well, anyways, get past that. Now, she did mention something that about the city manager not living in the city according to the old charter. Now the city manager doesn't have to according to the new charter. But I'm hoping, I'm begging, this is what my grand idea. We have this great new project, Waterman Gardens project, right in the middle of our city. And if we could find a way to subsidize our city manager to live there, she could live in our city and in this incredible thing they're setting up here. She'd know exactly what's going on. And then we could then you wouldn't have to drive 45 minutes to get home. I don't know, you have to go to Redlands, but you could move here too if you wanted to. It'd be a great thing. And we could have a city manager that lives right here in our city and understands everything that's going on around us in a brand new, beautiful Waterman Gardens. This is going to be incredible. This is going to be incredible. I like to see the city getting new things. It's important, but we can definitely do good by making sure our city manager lives right here in our city with us. If you would, please, I'm begging you, please consider moving back into the city. Why? Because all the money that we're paying you could be putting into the stuff right here in our city. Like you could send your kids to school here and pay for cheerleading here or whatever you do, but right here in our city. We'd love, and we're welcoming you here, Andrea. We'd love for you to move here. Please consider it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Paul Galindo. He left. Okay. Well, that brings us to the close of this meeting. Shall we go to? Do you want to suspend announcements? No. Go through items to refer and announcements.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have a couple of announcements. I would like to extend my condolences to the family of Graciano Gomez, who passed away on Tuesday, December the 12th, after a lengthy illness. He was a mentor, a veteran, an educator, was elected in the 1970s to the San Bernardino City School Board and ensured that all kids received a quality education. We even have a school named after him, Graciano Gomez Elementary School in the 6th Ward. So I would like to request from the mayor a moment of silence at the end of our meeting in memory of Graciano Gomez. And lastly, happy holidays to all of our residents and city family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, there's nobody in here. Well, except for two of you.
We are.
Compared to what it was before.
We are.
Well, I looked up like, well. Well, for the two people in our audience and those
Would you
of
like
you
to
at home,
track that?
tomorrow, Thursday, the 21st at 6:30, the third Posadas event will be happening at 536 West 11th Street at the Garcia Center for the Arts, and I look forward to seeing you all there. Those that can make it. There's going to be some raffles, some good times, and some nice pastries and hot chocolate, and you name it. And hope to see you guys there. The same thing is going to happen on Friday the 22nd, 6:30 to 8:30, Posadas number 4 in our community, at our Lady of Guadalupe Church, 1430 West 5th Street, and that's going to be hosted by Youth in Action Group from Our Lady of Hope Church, and La Plaza, the Alessandro Neighborhood Association President Juan Villa. Also, Friday, December 22nd, for those families that want to stop on by, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., the Citadel Community Development will have their first toy giveaway at 568 North Mountain View Avenue. For more information or to RSVP, contact Jason Buckner at 909-992-0929 or 909-257-4908. Wednesday, December 27th at 9 a.m., we'll have our Southwest District Coffee with the Cop, the last one for the year, at the Jack in the Box located at 1141 West Highland Avenue. For more information on that, contact Eileen Hards at 909-384-5694. This past Saturday, National Corps and Hope Through Housing Foundation hosted a holiday health and resource fair that was held at the Neil Roberts Elementary School, and where over 1,100 food baskets were given away throughout the community. And I just want to say thank you to those that were involved, and of course, Council Member Virginia Marquez for being a part of that and bringing that to our community. And also thanks to St. John Episcopal Church for having their kicking off the Posada season on Saturday as well. And from what I hear, they had a great turnout there. I was only there for the beginning and wasn't able to stay the whole time, but I heard it was a great event. And I know the Fine Arts Committee was involved with that one as well, and Sandra Ibarra. So congratulations to all of you involved with that. And with that, Merry Christmas to everybody. Hope you have a great holiday season, and be safe. No drinking and driving. If you're going to drive, don't call me, but find a ride, and be safe on New Year's. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Trett.
Yeah, Mayor, the only thing I have to say tonight is Merry Christmas to all our viewers, our citizens of San Bernardino, staff, and everybody here, and a happy and healthy and prosperous and a world-class city New Year. So thank you all, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you.
Thank you, Councilman Trett. Councilman Nickel.
Also wish to extend a happy New Year, Merry Christmas to all my colleagues here, the public. 2017 was really, did a lot. We got a lot done, and I think looking back, this whole city, we can look back and have some pride that we really accomplished a lot of great things, and I'm looking forward to a very productive 2018, so Happy New Year to you all. We'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Bouchard.
I also want to wish everybody happy holidays. Celebrate, be safe. Whatever you do, just remember the reason for the season. And enjoy your family, your friends. This is the time of the year where everybody gets together and just to say, I love you. You know, tomorrow's not promised to any of us. So let's make sure we make the best of it while we can. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everybody up here, everybody out there, and we'll see you in 2018.
Thank you, Councilman Mulvihill.
Well, I wanted to second everything that Basine just said. and also, again, add my own best wishes for a Merry Christmas and for a very prosperous, rewarding New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
I have no announcements, Mayor. Thank you.
City Clerk? City Manager?
I have two things. One, I want to note that in the last probably 15 years, you've had 6 city managers. I'm the only one who does not live in your city, and I've been your city manager now since August 4th, and we have accomplished a lot in just a few months. So, and then Merry Christmas to everyone. I hope you have a wonderful holiday. The staff's doing a great job. I appreciate all they're doing. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sandra, thank you for your efforts on the committee. Appreciate you sticking it out till the end. We'd like to join this meeting in memory of Mr. Graciano Gomez. Mr. Gomez was the first Latino to be elected to San Bernardino City School Board in 1972. He is survived by his wife, 4 children, 2 stepchildren, 8 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. I ask you that you keep his family in your thoughts and prayers. Being the last council meeting of 2017, I want to extend my thanks to the City Council, staff, and community members that continue to work trying to improve the City of San Bernardino. As we enter the holiday season, let us reflect on the accomplishments of the year, prepare to achieve even greater things in 2018. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas. This meeting's adjourned until Wednesday, January 3rd, 2018.